fact is the community is so hurt.
Hello and welcome on this beautiful Saturday afternoon to the December EU Duels qualifier for the Test Tournament Series. We're going to be starting off with a TimCon lad because, well, we've got to really. It's going to be Lupin versus Troolz. He's wearing the TimCon tag, also the proud owner of all of the best TimCon trophies up to date, and now trying his hand at an online competition. Well, it's not quite as fun as TimCon, but a little bit more money involved. I actually think, is it 15,000 for the duel tournaments this time around in December? I'm going to have a look now. Very, very professional. Looking up Wikipedias as we go. There is a... Oh, it's $5,000. Hey, it's less than I thought, but that's all right. Everyone's here. We've got all the best players really signed up. I'll read out a few now. We got the God Emperor Agent. We got Skooky. We got Gaia. We got Strngst. We got DistantLight, Rel, Buckster, Lupin, Firebot, Pavel, Carvit, Danchez, Nykho, Proximo, dazatorr. We got cYpheR, and Backstein. It's pretty stacked, as you would expect, being the premier duel tournament, of course, next to the TimCon Monthly. Nothing quite matches up to the TimCon Monthly, but it's not bad. It's not bad. So yeah, Lupin versus Troolz. I'm expecting a Lupin win here, but I have had some bad news from him. His ISP has gone very, very poorly. And, no, gone very, very poorly. Am I all right? The ISP is fucking up, basically. And so he's got 80 ping to everywhere apart from London server, which is just wonderful. I mean, Diabotical works pretty well on anything under 120, though, in my opinion, so it's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know if they've done pick bans here or in the Smash. I will have a look for us. Or are we just jumping into a server for no reason? Certainly could be the case. Often is. Troolz, a player I see in just about every tournament. I don't really know that much about him. I couldn't tell you what he plays like or exactly what his level, but he's here in the mix enough that Lupin, has to take him seriously, which is that's actually quite a compliment, really, because Lupin is a very good player. He's been playing a lot recently, practices with Backstein hell of a lot, and is getting better, and was already a very good player to begin with. So yeah, TimCon lad, I will be honest, I am rooting for Lupin in a big way. This is one of my boys. I would say, he's my top 5 boys for sure, along with the likes of Gaia, Stink-like Sot, and who else would be my boy? Zorik's my boy. You gotta have your boy. It's what video games are all about. So, 92 ping on this. I'm going to see the server now on Rotterdam. Jeez. That poor boy. 90 ping for the... yeah, it's a little bit rough. Troolz on 41. So yeah, the London server may actually be fairest here, as Lupin saying. 15k I got confused because that was the team mapping competition. I'm sorry, Mojo. I don't mean to downplay things. We're all very grateful. Troolz hitting his pincers already. We will be having a very special guest join in a little bit. It's going to be Davis. Casted with me the last TimCon monthly. And I think, he's got really great insight. He's got great energy as well. I was saying to him in preparation for this cast, I'm like, yo, as far as analysts go, your play-by-play is excellent. So instead of giving the hype moments over to me, just do it yourself, because he's so good at it. He's a real natural. So really happy to have him back. He'll be joining us in about 45 minutes. Hello, Zeta Geek. How you doing? As I dive under my desk to unplug. We will be getting a game soon. It is always the case with these tournaments. But, yeah. It's alright. We get through it. We get some good games in the end. Gonna hope... I think we'll probably get something like 4 best of 3s. And then a bit of the losers bracket at the end. Something like that. And hopefully we're going to see the likes of cYpheR and dazatorr. I want to see actually a lot because of how he managed to almost beat Agent before. I would also, of course, just love to see a Guy game, and I don't believe he's streaming today, so even more reason to do so. Davis champion, absolutely. Absolutely. Second place finisher, wasn't he, in the test series duel tournament, the first NA one, long time ago now. Feels like forever that we've been doing this.
Perfect.
I'm just going to have a quick look at the bracket, do a bit of a scout of what we will be seeing in the future. Skooky versus Agent coming up soon. Strongest Distant Light. It's going to be Lupin Buckster. That's a cracking match, actually. We might just stick with Lupin for a little while. Thank you, Jake, for the subscription. 4 months, eh? I've barely known you that long. Lupin will be taking us to Perilous. Need a new link to the bracket. It's not my job. It's probably Alan's job. Whoa. Look at that. That's wizardry, that. You see, I don't know these things. This is why it's... This is why we have other people involved on TimCon. We're going to have danchez versus Nykho / Proximo. That's good. It's going to be dazatorr versus winner of cYpheR backs. Well, okay. We got some good matches. Let's just hope we can get into them. This isn't our own tournament, so we can't hold matches up and tell people what to do. I just have to sort of jump in on the back end and see their chat logs. So we have to get a little bit lucky with the timing, but we'll try our best. They're doing pick bans. They certainly are. So we're going to Perilous. Then where will we go? Who knows? Could be anyone. Big shout outs to Archerism producer. You can see on the left hand side of your screen that pushing the buttons. What a guy. What a guy. New maps are not in rotation, no. I don't exactly know when they're going to be coming in or which ones are going to be coming in, but I'm excited for it. Not because the current pool, you know, I really like the current pool, but I think new maps is always a good thing. And it's going to be nice if we can get to that 7 map pool, which is just so good for best of 7s, for a ban rather than pick system. Yeah, just... Oh, look at this graphic, eh? Look at this. Bloody hell. The production value surprises me every time. We did TimCon for years without even the beginnings of production. And yet, look at it. The majesty. All right. It's going to be Frontier and Bioplant, the bans, meaning we're going for Perilous, Casbah, and then the fastest map after the 2 slowest maps, we're going to be going over to Skybreak. That's an interesting little pool here, because you sort of feel like if you're confident on Perilous, you should be confident on Casbah. So I sort of am expecting a 2-0 here either way. And I would, of course, favor the TimCon lad, the boy. The man, the myth. He's also a legend, so I've heard. It's Lupin. Great nick, by the way. Great nick. Lupin the Wizard. Wait, what am I thinking of? Lupin Wizard. There's also, of course, Lupin the Remus Lupin. It's a Harry Potter. But I'm always thinking of the anime Lupin, the Castle of Cagliostro and all that. Good film. Good film. All right. We're ready to go. We should be about to get this thing going. Here we go. Lupin versus Troolz on Perilous to begin. It's going to be Lupin with Mega Spawn Shaft. Get himself a pincer, perhaps. Oh, goes for the YA. Now, of course, needs to get himself a rocket, which isn't too difficult. And we're going to meet at the pincer as we usually do, Lupin. Falling, going to hit 1. Just walking in. Batters him down. That's not bad. Not bad start for Lupin. Got almost everything you could ask for. Position on the Mega. Nicely timed. Big delta between it and the red. And it's going to go silent a bit now. Play it cool. Get a bit quiet. And spring a trap fairly soon as Troolz simply won't know where he is or what to do. 200 already. And Troolz having to play from that back foot position just... Yeah, it's going to be tough. Blow on the map at the moment that he can try and get on. His armor stack's not bad. So if he can make a play for the Mega, or actually with the split between the red and the Mega here, there is an opportunity, I think, for Troolz. And yeah, you can see he tried to sneak in, just made a little bit too much noise, though. Draws the attention of Lupin, who now, in his normal way, you know, he's not going to rush into rockets. That's not the player that he is. Not a hasty player by any means. Very composed. And, you know, his advantage in terms of stack isn't as big as it was, but he didn't allow the Mega pickup, which would have meant so much more for Troolz than the red. Bad damage, though. Bad damage to take there, and we're in a pretty even game now. him out with a pin set. Will hit Troolz on second asking. Eight HP. Not even close. Not even exceptionally close. How's everyone doing in the chat? I'm solo casting. I'm not going to cast too properly because who wants that? Really? We'll have Davis later. We'll have a great time. Who are we expecting to win this apart from Agent? Do we believe in cYpheR, or has he not practiced enough? Do we believe in dazatorr? Took Agent to the brink. To the brink and beat him in winner's bracket, I believe. And then lost in the losers bracket of the... that would have been TimCon Monthly, right? Or was it TimCon Mega? Who knows at this point? I've watched entirely too much Diabotical. It was apparently the month. dazatorr won 2-1 in winner's bracket and then lost 3-0 in the final or something like that. It was unfortunate, but you know, if you can take a map off someone, you can take a series off someone. It's just hard. Speaking of hard, Troolz, he might be struggling here, as he will have to try and get his way back into this one. Looping 3 frags to the good. Sorry, 4. Tell Yames to pay Davis to cast full time. What, can he pay me to cast full time first, please? Yeah, I think cYpheR and dazatorr have to be the favorites to take down Agent. I still favor Agent personally. I would be a little bit surprised. Yeah, I don't think Harvick's quite got it, but he's going to put up an entertaining fight, if not a particularly close one. Yeah. We're just waiting on Davis to wake up, so he will be here. Hello, the mug green. That's English words, but in sort of a French order. I don't know the French word for mug, otherwise I'd have a go. But... apparently this is the part of the stream where people harass me. Alright. Looping very low here. So is Troolz though. Gonna get on the way, 25's there as well. Nothing on the map for Troolz, and Lupin hits the pincers. Good stuff. Can make play for the red. Yeah. I don't think Lupin's the sort of player that would just dive on that, especially knowing that he might be able to set up a position on this mega. His timing, Lupin's, is typically very, very good. This is a player that you can learn a lot from. Just because, while he's got mechanical ability, it's not that dominant, and also he just really gets the most out of what he has. He doesn't push his luck too much either. You know, he's a very disciplined player. And I think he's probably in the form of his life, honestly. I know he has, in Quake Live, though, taken some big scalp. There's actually a demo on his YouTube where he beats cYpheR on ZTN. Troolz hasn't really had an in this game. He's brought the stats close occasionally. He's got Lupin pretty low, but it's always been him low at the same time, and hasn't had the items on the map after the close fight to capitalize. And Lupin has just played a very solid, very cautious game. It's classic Lupin, really. And I don't think we'll be seeing much different on Casbah. He can run out the clock here, play for the golden frag. He can go aggressive. I mean, every choice is a good one at the moment for Lupin. RJ up. Damage already through the telly. Advantageous fight even, and hits the rocket. And that is that, I think. One more frag and it will be golden frag time, or he can wait the 15 seconds. Or Troolz. This is what happens when you go toe-to-toe with a 4-time, I believe, TimCon champion. And those are TimCon LAN events. To win 4 of those, it's a feat only matched by the mighty DistantLight sock. Also an Adam. So many Adams in my life. Adam the producer, Adam my dad, Adam the arena FPS legend. It's yeah. We're going to Casbah, where we hope Troolz on his own map choice feels a little bit more comfortable, and see what he can muster here, because that was a little bit of a drubbing that he just received.
Casbah.
Good word, drubbing.
Game starts in 3, 2, 1.
Going to be on board with Troolz for a little bit here. See what he can make of it. Off the bat. Shaft spawn. Blue. Red, if he wants it, can take it when he likes. Put a bit of a delay on it. And that's going to put a 5-second split between it and the Mega. Let me just see. So he wants a pincer, obviously, but yeah, he knows Lupin wants to shaft as well, and this is a great trap. Huge damage from Troolz. A little bit over-eager, and does get poked by the pincer. And actually, the positioning is the real problem here. I think he might have needed to kill Lupin, because now his options are all kind of bad. Back up onto the Mega now. Having hit that pincer, okay, maybe better than I was expecting. And clearly he's got a good understanding of this map. I mean, immediately you can see that. Off the spawn, did well. The Lupin going to start off with a little bit of sharp in this fight, but Troolz hitting that pincer as well as a couple of rockets. Yeah, I was almost thinking he could go aggressive there. I think it's a bit of a fringe play. On the Mega. They will be meeting at red. It's Lupin in pursuit, actually. And yeah, spams a couple of grenades. Drops down. This is not what I would expect from Lupin. This is hugely aggressive, and he doesn't really have an advantage, but he's made it work. He's hit a whole hell of a lot. Now Troolz, as he's been dangerous with this pincer all map long, and by all map long, I mean the last minute and 45 seconds, just can't make it work. Lupin on the Mega is going to be basically a fresh spawn, though. The weaponry, of course, to his advantage. And we'll have this blue. Troolz, blue, red, big stat. And you can see Lupin respects it. Shot down. Ooh. Wanted that 50 bubble if he'd got it. I mean, this could be a very, very different scene we're looking at, but instead it's Troolz, prime position on the red, eats a couple of rockets. So that 50 is going to be back in 15 seconds. I'm wondering if he'll hang around this area and wait for it. He will. Grenades from above. Troolz not connecting though, and Lupin is. That was an important shot to hit. Without that shot, I don't think you can turn up to red like that. But instead he gets 50, he gets red. Now he has position for this blue. Or to do damage at least. Can actually come out. And a unfortunate clash of the mages here. He's going to opt for red. Looping straight on that mega. As I say, this guy's timing is really, really good. His map awareness is really good. Just an all-round strong player, but I would say that his intellectual game is perhaps more prodigious than his mechanical ability. Not that he's weak. Everyone always does that. Like, they're always telling me, yo, I actually think that mechanic's pretty top tier. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not saying that. It's just, it's not what stands out to me about Lupin. I say that. He does do that occasionally and just absolutely wrecks people. Troolz just posting up on the red, and it's worked out for him. Lupin gonna defend. Oh, no way. How's he got that mutual? How's he done that? Troolz backing away. Good damage here. So whether he can escape or not. Oh, what the hell, man? Huge damage. That keeps him in it. I will unmod you, Jay. I will unmod you. Flick switch, you're a legend. Even if you did play UT. Good moves from Troolz here. Gets a better under that trade, but positioning was better for Lupin. Onto the Mega. 50 though. There. Oh no, that's a bad drop. Oh no. It's only bloody Lupin. The only player from the UK, yeah, Bus Driver and Lifts, my guy. They're both all right. As is isn't Cook's also UK, I believe. Oh, that's not what you want to do. And Lupin's getting some momentum now. Getting a couple of very pedestrian frags. Doesn't look like it's very difficult for him right now. It's nice that you have a skill deck. Good. Not all of us are so lucky. Lupin, mate. That was awful. What have you done, bud? You got banged out. TimCon bangs in the chat, please. Bit more of a relaxed show today than the mapping contest yesterday. If you haven't seen that, people of the chat, do check it out. The VOD is here somewhere on this channel, where we did a bit of a showcase of some of the winning maps of the mapping contest, and we announced them and spoke to the judges. It was quite cool. If you missed, get on that. Get cYpheR next. We'll try. The thing about cYpheR, though, is that he apparently doesn't like using Smash GG, which is unfortunate for us. And also, he's streaming anyway, so it's not the end of the world if we can't cover his games.
Golden frag.
Lupin. It's my favorite map. Probably Skybreak. Unless we're talking about outside of Diabotical, in which case it is Toxicity / Evolution / Pucker322 / Stickflip01 / Fuzzy Barracuda. These are all the names it goes by, and it's excellent. It's called Duel 2 in Doombringer, the best version. Spam your Doombringers in the chat, doombringer.eu, by the way. 86, Troolz bringing this back, might take us to a third map. Does have to work against the golden frag, drops on Lupin 2 rockets, and he's swiftly dispatched. Red, now taken though by Lupin. Troolz with a stack advantage until, as Lupin does, gets on the blue. Shut the stream down, Adam. We're done. We're done. I'm not dealing with this. Not again. I've been a real ass to work with since the show map. Poor Adam. And I bowled a wide in the ashes fine. Y2J took my wickets. It was awful. Doombringer.eu though, best game. Troolz gonna eat a pincer while he picks up a blue, and Lupin now with pretty sizable advantage. I'm sure he's on the Mega or somewhere in that area. Pushing in on the red now is Lupin. Blaster doing some great work though, and the rocket as well, but yeah, Lupin does just bully his way in there. I'm gonna eat a gummy. Got a whole jar of them from my mum's friend. Quite cool, very appreciated. Not easy to find vegan gummies all the time. Well, no. And big ups to Lee. What a lovely Christmas gift. Bang! There was a game going on in the background there, boys, you may have noticed. Lupin's won it 2-0. And you love to see that, because he is our boy. Dazatorr cYpheR coming up next, if we're in time. I'm hoping we are. There is the key. Now, I don't know if they've already done pick down. They maybe have. Well, that's all right. We'll make do. Yes, Mojo. Here we go then. This is a fucking match, boy. Like, this is cYpheR. Arguably the greatest Quake player of all time. I mean, at this point, I think just because of what he's done in Quake Champions now, it does go to Rafa, but you know, he's been in that talk for ever since he started playing, really. And we're going to see some of him in Diabotical. And we've seen him before in one of the Duked Cups, but we haven't seen him often. And yeah, it's pretty cool that we have him here today and going up against dazatorr, who has in Diabotical's short history been one of the most prominent duelers going. So this is going to be a hell of a match. Advantage dazatorr. cYpheR, famous for his plasma and his rockets. Just a projectile play of an absolute god. And comes up trumps there. Now, dazatorr... it's weird. I've watched a lot of dazatorr at this point. And I don't really know how to describe his play. He doesn't seem particularly notable in any direction. Like, he's very well balanced. He's not Karvik, he's not RJing and pinstring all the weirdest angles and whatever else, and he's not Agent, and he's not, you know, a Firebot, a really cautious player or something like that. He's just well-rounded. And I would say cYpheR's sort of the same. Of course, he has changed a lot historically. cYpheR's been an aggressive player, he's been a defensive player, he's been very well-balanced, he's been around for a long time and changed the way he plays. Good pincer and a second. With the swiftness, cYpheR. Look at him go. Look at him go. One of the greatest arena FPS players of all time, and it's a joy to watch. Pushing Daz off this mega. No question. None. So what's dazatorr going to do? What's he going to change up? And why are we playing the lobby's been made incorrectly? They're playing on 10-minute duration. Do I tell them? Have the rules changed? That's unfortunate. I'm going to have a word with our boy Mojo. Rules still say 12. I've just had confirmation in my ear. So that's interesting. We'll see what comes of this. Hopefully, it doesn't ruin it. But hey, it might mean that we have to rematch and watch more of cYpheR and Daz, which is cool. Okay, I just spoke to Mojo. We're gonna let this game's result stand, come what may, but we'll get on 12-minute duration for map 2. But I should be talking about this game because dazatorr's brought himself back into this 2-2, and he's a dangerous fella. I'm not doubting him, even if he is up against one of the most legendary names of all time. And that's a great little bit of shaft damage now pushing in. Is this? I was gonna say, was that a bit disrespectful up against the Rockets of cYpheR? But after he backs up, hits the shaft, almost baits cYpheR into going for that big move. It's only the wrong time. They did not hit classic, thankfully. Have they even noticed? Probably not. I mean, you'd have to go out of your way to set it as 10 minutes. So maybe it was cYpheR that made the lobby and he thinks that's the rule. He hasn't played a lot of Diabotical, so that wouldn't massively surprise me. But we'll have to see. Yeah, the extra 2 minutes. That's what we need. Big boy Daz with the damage here. cYpheR gets the item, but keeps basically none of it. Up the jump pad. Not with the right weapon out there for dazatorr. 4-2 though. Eating that pincer is going to be tough though. He can't get on this next red. Mega's in a long time. There's not even a blue for 10 seconds. This is a really awkward position actually. cYpheR, with all the stack in the world, can barrel around as he pleases. Yep. Sort of what I thought would happen. He's on the Mega now. Straight to the red. I think, you know, you could potentially detour for blue, but this is higher priority. And not risking it, really. cYpheR knows he doesn't have the biggest stack in the world, but, well, actually, he sort of goes after the horses bolted, and it worked. Pepe Hans Gruber. Someone make that emote, please. Pepe Padma. I don't follow. That's alright. I don't understand a lot of things about Twitch culture, I'll be honest. I've never once done a kappa or even a... What are the other ones? Help me out, Adam. Forehead. Forehead. I've never done a forehead. What's forehead? Wait, isn't Swift Rage one? Fucking hell, I'm on it today, boys. Ah, cYpheR misses the hundo. The hundo's fucking cursed. That's forehead. The hundo is so cursed. Nobody hits the hundo. I wish he did. dazatorr 5-4 up though. This is sick. I mean, he has more Diabotical experience and of course more experience on these maps. But even so, oh, that was close to being a steal. Oh no! How's that worked? Are you kidding? That was dumb as fuck. What's happened? That was silly. That was very silly, cYpheR. He's always breaking the rules, though, our cYpheR. Always breaking the rules. He might do it again. Do it again. Go on. Go on. Oof. Gets clocked by a fat direct, but he's alright. Timing on point. What's Pepe D? What's that? Was referenced in the League of Legends EU broadcast like music video. Do that Pepe D, and then they dabbed.
Victory.
cYpheR's won in fucking solid fashion.
Sky break.
I did, yeah. Well, but I mean, they understand me. I can't understand them. So hopefully they sort it out themselves. I've done what I can do. They might be coming to you, Mojo. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I think so. All right, we're in the lobby. Daz changed it to 12 mins. And then we should hopefully get into the right map and everything. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Have you been put into a map yet, Adam? Okay, good. Good. How does Golden Frag work anyway? Oh, who knows? It's a mystery to us all. Right, they're probably going off to talk to an admin, which I don't blame them for. But I think the call that we just call that a 10-minute duel and 12 minutes from now on is the best way to do things. Pardon me. I do love just trying to read Russian. Yeah, who knows, man? Who knows? I just really hope I've somehow not in the map. Is Adam the cool British person you talk to sometimes? Yes, he is our producer. You're very cool. He does all the stuff that makes this look good. I do all the stuff that makes this sound great. No. Can't imagine. Yeah, you are a bit vicious on Twitter, Adam. Always giving it large about that Swansea. You're always giving it large about that Swansea. He back on, boy. He's fucking not had a clean sheet there. Sack him. Ruthless. Always calling for the manager's head. Just coming up with football things. Just football things. It don't matter if they fit. When would it matter if they fit? there's a lot going on in in Russian in this lobby, and yeah, it's at what point do we step in and just do it ourselves? Yeah. All right, there we go. Good boy, dazatorr. It's all right, Adam. Don't worry. It's all right. We're on Skybreak. It's a quick-ass map. Have you seen the meme I just posted in the chat, Adam? Fucking superb. I'll send it to you now. Anyway, right, a map. Fucking cYpheR versus dazatorr. This is huge. This is huge. And we're on a fast map. It's going to be very entertaining indeed. cYpheR with his rockets here going to be absolutely deadly, I'm sure. And dazatorr is going to have to be careful not to get too owed here. Slow Weeble out shaft doing a good bit of damage. And yeah, cYpheR backs up onto the Y8. I think going for Mega here is super risky. Low on HP through the telly comes dazatorr. The damage coming out of cYpheR though, and the confidence to just push through with the shaft. What in the world? Sort of hoping that dazatorr goes for a less reliable weapon and misses off the spawn, steals the red, and dazatorr is left limping, but he's 2 frags to the good now. Up against the MG, cYpheR pelting him down and coming through the telly. MG at the ready. That's the sort of opportunism people in the chat were talking about. The damage from Daz here, though. Up for the jump pad. Great selection of the shotgun there. FaZe would be proud. Pretty low here, both of them. This is volatile. This is properly volatile. One shot from that rocket's going to end. Daz put the trickle of shaft. Going to be what takes down cYpheR, who hits a pincer off the bat there, and Daz with a bit of a movement mistake. Onto that Mega though, hits the pincer. Been a good show of composure from Daz. cYpheR has really been making this difficult, putting out so much damage. When he knows he's dead, he just goes in anyway. You know, really making the most, and that's quite a difficult decision to make. But dazatorr's held his own here and playing that tank style that I talk about him having a little bit. I mean, it's quite generic, but he does just sort of walk around, and I wouldn't say he's particularly aggressive. He doesn't hunt for weird angles. He plays a very straightforward game, a bit like a Toxic of old. 95 damage, switches away from the pincer. The Hundo is cursed! Why can we never see the Hundo? James, please. Sort your game out. Get the Witch's Curse lifted or something. I don't know. Do what you need to. You need the Hundos. Alright, that's one pincer shot. Come on, cYpheR. Let's see a Hundo. Not with the rocket, you plan. Aggression here from cYpheR. Does not give a shit, does he? He's in there. He is in there. This shaft. This shaft, and this is the thing. I was saying, like, dazatorr had held on versus the aggression of cYpheR. And he'd done a good job at that, but Now cYpheR has the stack to back up the aggression, and he's going to take more frags with his control than dazatorr will. You know, dazatorr being the slightly slower player. And cYpheR, if he has a stack advantage, he knows how prodigious his mechanics are, he will just bull rush you. And if you don't have the refutation to that, and few people do, he's going to rack up a mighty score very quick. And his item scything, his ABCs, his basics, of course, Diabotical or no Diabotical are always going to be absolutely sensational. So I'm already worrying for dazatorr here at the 4-minute and 45-second mark. I would be quite worried if I were him, because he is up against a charging, empowered stat cYpheR. Big damage. And where can Daz go? He's gonna try. I think he must be around red. Okay, came up for a blue. Thought maybe you could sneak that away while cYpheR was busy with red or mega. Or even YA. And in fact, every item comes up at just about the same time there. Mega goes the way of Daz. If he can get himself on a YA now. Yeah, and he does. Pretty much even stacks. Slightly inverted. Neither hits anything. Quality. What in the... What is that shaft? That weird angle still hits. Jeez. Waiting for the spawn. We'll hear him go into red. Try and hit a pincer, but now could be a trade. cYpheR gets the better of him that. Just push. Why is he so confident? I'm so envious of people that are good at things. Right? Just because fucking you just go into situations and you go, yeah, I'm gonna win. And then they do. I go into every situation going, I'm gonna lose. And then I do. I tell you. It's not as good. One minute, 45 seconds to go. Should the scores stay the same? cYpheR, a little bit low here, but that's when he's most dangerous. Oh. Imperious. Absolutely imperious. How does he do it? I think if cYpheR is making Daz look quite ordinary, not that these have been super blowout games, but you never had the feeling that Daz was going to win it. At least I didn't. Whenever he had control, it looked shakier. He didn't push the envelope quite as much. And cYpheR, it's like he gives away a mega, and why am I not scared for him? It's like it's his divine right to walk away from engagement and do a ton of damage. It's sort of one of the things that Avec was always really good at, and probably still is, though I don't watch Quake Champions. Just getting the maximum damage out of a situation. It feels like every time Daz gets stacked, something like this happens. Like, 2-0. cYpheR, pretty good at arena FPS games. Turns out. Out. Well, I'm going to have a look if we can get into another game fairly swiftly. If not, we'll be going for a short break. I will be letting you know in just a sec. Getting the match dashboard up. We could watch an agent game. We could. Pavel beat Firebot. What? That's wild. That's really wild. Danchez Karvik versus cherra going on. And by the way, that is cYpheR qualified for day 2. He's a top 8 finisher already. Danchez Karvik, I'm liking the look of as our next match, but might have to go for something sooner, like Agent versus DistantLight. I tell you what, we're going to go for a 5-minute break. We might interrupt that break, but probably not. But we'll be back very shortly.
Excellent.
The God Emperor rides again. It is time to witness the winningest man in Diabotical history once again. It's only bloody Agent up against DistantLight in what promises to be a very entertaining one indeed. But of course, we kind of know the result, but that's what makes this so good. This is the storyline of Diabotical right now. Can Agent lose not just a map, not just a series, but a tournament? And does that loss start here? I don't think so. But hey, you've got to watch a lot of Agent winning if you ever want to have hopes of him losing. And we're on Casbah, his home. I don't think I've seen him lose a Casbah. Actually, no, if he got 2-0 by Daz, then he would have. Maybe I'm misremembering things. Anyway, it is Agent and DistantLight. It's a very high-level game indeed, and I'm excited to see a little bit of Agent. As always, the best player in Diabotical up to this point, as far as we're aware, at least in EU. He's looked more mortal recently, but apparently he was very hungover. So who knows if that really counted for much of it. DistantLight, Malcolm from Quake 3, apparently, or something. None of us know who he is. But he's shown up and he's pretty good. He gets second place, I believe, in a TimCon Monthly. Maybe TimCon Monthly 2, something like that. I should be able to go back and check these things, really. But, you know, it's not always in my remit. So, TimCon Mega, it was Agent over dazatorr in the grand final. TimCon Monthly 3, it was Agent over dazatorr in the finals. And that was where DistantLight got 4th. And then in the TimCon Monthly 2, yes, it was Agent versus DistantLight in the final. Interesting. So this is a rematch. And DistantLight proved himself in that tournament worthy of at least challenging Agent, even though he did get 3-0'd. We'll see if the story has changed. We're on board with the God Emperor. That's vintage Agent, that. Vintage Agent. I mean, always hits this. I don't know how. Oh, boys, this might be a quick one. Look at him go. Why does he win every engagement? I don't understand. It just looks like... It was like with cYpheR. Some players just seem to have this divine right. It's just like they walk into a situation and you just win. Doesn't matter why or how. It just happens. It's like a tautology. You win because you win. Feels like home watching Agent. It's like a hot cup of tea on a winter's evening. And he walks away. Limping, no doubt. Bloody and bruised. But he walks. Bang. If you've got them, use them. Timcon bangs in the chat, always appreciated. If you, like us, would like to give Agent your money, hit up !Patreon in chat and donate to the Timcon Monthly, where we give Agent literally hundreds of pounds on a monthly basis. Who is DistantLight? We're not sure. Some people say he's a guy called Malcolm from Quake 3. Some people think he's various players. Like, I've heard people say maybe he's evil. I don't think he's evil, and I mean that as no disrespect to DistantLight, but evil was a bit of a different beast. But yeah, we're not really sure. We've asked people that should know, and they've given us answers, but who knows? The DistantLight mystery, one of the most exciting things about Diabotical, I would say. I'm Narcos. Thank you for the subscription. Really appreciate that. Also, it's worth saying, I know people that watch this stream regularly probably get sick of hearing it. We do not take any of the money for ourselves generated by TimConLAN. It all goes into tournament prize pools in some form or another. But yeah, really appreciate your support, 'cause it means that we get to do more tournaments and we get to have bigger and better tournaments that attract bigger and better players. And Agent has lost a light. 5-0, DistantLight, game on. On the Oki now, with a little bit of control. Been watching lots of darts recently. Old darts, when they were still drinking and smoking. Good times. DistantLight, so much armor here. That 25's worth a hell of a lot with a stack like this. Agent. Waiting. Just sitting on the red? What? How does he do it? DistantLight is still... Is this bugged? Or is he actually zoomed in this entire time? I think so. No, okay, so my POV on DistantLight right now is just he zoomed in all the way. And he's not changing from it. Yeah, it still is. Alright. Hope that's not happening for you guys at home. But we're back on board with Agent. Excellent. Yeah, he's zoomed in all right on the stream. Yeah, no, he's zoomed in the whole time, man. That's just his life now. Agent champion. What else is there that can be said? RJR, shaft out. Bang. DistantLight back on the board, 1-9 with a minute to go. I don't like his chances. We'll have to see if he can manage it. This would be tricky. Tricky to say the least, but he's going to push on in. Great rocket so far. The shaft from Agent apparently good enough, though, and 10-1. 20 seconds now until golden frag, and things looked pretty bad, and now they look cool.
Golden frag.
Flick switch. Think you're right. Think you're right. I think Agent might win this one. Might win this tournament. You know, it could happen. I'll do it for him. Can't get the stuff these days. DistantLight sticking in this, stack-wise at least. Can he make frag happen though? Agent on the red. Yeah. We'll get him in for map 2. Davis, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Not bad at all. Watching a bit of Agent winning, as usual.
Well, there's no surprise there.
No surprises at all. So we will hopefully get you in for the second map if you join that lobby in the next minute or so.
And then so.
We'll be going to DistantLight's pick, which hopefully is a little bit more interesting. I mean, he's done okay in this map. It's not the worst 10-1 I've ever seen, but Agent looks like Agent. What can I say?
I mean, Casbah is kind of his stomping ground, so.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him lose Casbah. Maybe dazatorr won, but apart from that, no. It's just what he does. I tell you though, we're watching cYpheR versus dazatorr, actually. And he looked really, really good. I mean, in sort of classical, scrappy cYpheR way, you know, where it's like he's got less stack than his opponent. He goes into a fight and he just acts like he's invincible. He was doing a bit of that. And it was interesting, sort of the contrast between him and dazatorr and DistantLight, and the similarities between cYpheR and Agent. They just have this utter confidence and commitment to any attack. And it was actually on Casbah that we saw cYpheR. He looked good. So that bodes well for potentially a very interesting championship Sunday.
Indeed, I'm actually really excited to hear that cYpheR was playing. I am finally looking at the brackets, and it looked like he 2-0'd his whole way to qualifying to beat Backstein and dazatorr as well. So it's not as if he had an easy road.
Yeah,
so
I
that
think
will be exciting.
Backstein dazatorr is got to be one of the toughest paths, actually. I mean, I would have to go look at the bracket now. Yeah, someone like DistantLight has actually had a pretty difficult time having to come through Rel, strongest, and now Agent. But yeah, I think cYpheR's run is the most impressive for sure. And that's so good. That's so good. It's what we need. If there is any player that is universally loved in terms of their POV, I think cYpheR has got to be. It's got to be the man. So entertaining.
The man has style. The man has style.
So we're just waiting on the golden frag from God Emperor Agent. If he can hurry up, please. Would like to watch a second map.
Well, I've only got the stream open right now, but it looks like a pretty clear cut.
There we go.
Domination here.
Yeah. And there we go. We will be getting into the second map now, which I believe is Frontier. Very different map, of course. Very aim heavy. It's got to be maybe Agent's weakest map of the pool. And of course, that still means he's probably one of the best players in the world on it. But more of
More
an
than
opportunity for DistantLight's mechanics to try and carry him here. David says it.
I should be.
Yeah.
Alright, well, okay, I was alt-tab there from the beginning. I'm not sure who got what spawn.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. You're in. That's all that matters.
I'm in, I'm here, we're on the roll. DistantLight got the Mega Health spawn, and he's done a lot more damage to Agent here. And he'll get the second red as well, which is going to put Agent on a pretty hefty back foot, I'm thinking.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Davis. I'm always saying stuff like that, and then he gets the first frag because he's jammy. Look at this. Sets up with a slow weeble, plays it. You know, he's not just sitting on the Mega there. He played around the pillar a little bit, stayed a little bit safer. And going to get himself prime position on the red. DistantLight. Ooh, like a dog chasing his own tail, I think, there. Just got a bit distracted.
Yeah, he had a lot of excellent damage output in the beginning, but I've seen it with a lot of mechanical heavy players. They can get the damage output, but then they get lost on the items and they actually end up getting themselves out of control and going down to the first frag from Agent.
Yeah, never lost on the items is Agent. I mean, he just seems to have more stack than almost everyone else because his routing is that clean. And you can see here, very nice work with the pin set. Now playing off the sound. DistantLight is above him and he's waiting for the drop. Thinks about shooting the smoke weeble. We've all done it. Hate that smoke weeble placement.
It's the green circle, man. You can't help it. It just instinct kicks in.
Ooh.
Oh, cheeky little trap.
This looked pretty funny because Agent didn't react. Like for a little while, he was just getting shot and going like, "Oh, this wasn't supposed to happen." But here we are. And yeah,
Actually,
not the stack advantage he should have had because of that trap.
No, definitely. That was actually a pretty decent blaster trap. He had the range, he was up close and everything. Unfortunately, couldn't quite make connect in the way that I think he was hoping.
Now have a look at the pings. 9 to 32, so both very, very playable pings. Well, pretty much ideal.
Extremely playable, yes.
Yeah, I know. Americans, man. You're looking at anything below 60 and you're going, yes, bud.
Yeah,
I'm in.
pretty much. I'm in it. I'm for it. If we're sub 60, we're doing all right.
I've had
But
some
yeah, after...
like double digits to some people to London server in the UK. They're like, oh, this isn't a LAN.
I don't know. Distance playing it slower here. He's got more map presence than I was seeing from him on Casbah, but it's still kind of the Agent show. He's got the full run of the stack. He's still running the items, and because it's Agent, he's not really syncing them up. We're not really seeing any major mistakes from him, but we are seeing a slow weeble play here. Unfortunately, he kind of forces himself out of his own fight. Kind of blocked his own vision there.
There's the slow weeble from Agent. DistantLight decides to push away. And it's got to be said, Agent's mechanics are so much better than they used to be. We used to make fun of his shaft a lot, and you know, people gave me shit then, and they still would now, but I think his shaft is genuinely a lot better than it used to be. That being said, DistantLight on the board, 1-1. Now has to deal with this aggression. Agent charges in, backs away a little bit, has positioning on that Mega, and we'll be picking it up. But the race to red, DistantLight's going to get there first.
Agent also doesn't have the weaponry. He has neither shaft nor... Well, he has a shaft now, but he didn't have shaft or pincer. And so DistantLight... This should be his red. He's kind of floating around here. Kind of leaving it to his back, but yeah, should definitely be his.
Yeah, so he was basically looking for Agent to go into a position to get damage on the red and then sort of counter that and flush him out. And it's really important that you do that to give yourself the opportunities, right? You need to allow your opponent to make mistakes, and you've got to be in a position to capitalize. And great position here from DistantLight, superb rockets.
Indeed, we saw Agent kind of play around that pillar to deny positioning on the Mega Health, but this time he elected to just sit on the Mega Health itself and paid for it dearly. Gets the red off spawn, but DistantLight still has a full 100 armor stack, and he'll be able to pick up a blue here. So he's looking good here.
Yeah, and it looks every bit like his map pick, considering how miserable Casbah was for him. So it is good to see signs of life. The only thing I will say is, Agent, once he knocks you down once, he typically knocks you down a few times. He's so good off the spawn, and yeah, this is what we need. We need DistantLight to be getting a pretty healthy lead, and never getting too low, because, as I say, Agent off spawn, absolutely deadly.
Indeed, and the refrag potential in this game is actually quite high if you're low on stack as well. And we saw that pincer come out from Agent to secure himself the red there.
And pretty even on the stack. He has to back away. Was looking large and in charge before. That pincer certainly helped. Now Agent, is he going to go for the blue? He's not. I believe he's backing off to, looks like red. And he will be on that red. Hits the pincer. About to pick it up. And it's a trade of the majors, but I think it's a trade that slightly favors DistantLight on account of that blue.
The blue and that pincer, especially the pair of pincers, phenomenal play. Yeah, it was a nice push to get into red. He took some pincers, but he had mega health to his back and pretty much guaranteed that Agent couldn't have pushed and gets himself another frag here with the slow Weeble and shaft play. So well played to DistantLight, picks up the red.
5-1. I wouldn't have expected this, especially after Casbah. But DistantLight showing his worth and his metal. Agent, though, is on a big stack right now and pushing forward with that shaft. DistantLight running away, and he has to. Turning around here and fighting. Doing it with the blaster, not really committing. Just trying to keep Agent away and survive for now. The rockets come in. They're pretty good, but they're not great. And DistantLight, fairly even on the stack now, can't hit the pincer. They disengage. And they're both left worse for wear.
Yeah, that was a pretty close fight. You highlighted earlier that Agent's mechanics have gotten a lot better, and I just would like to kind of double down on that. His rockets and his pincer, I think, have always been top tier. It's nice to see his shaft work get a lot better as well.
Yeah,
but he's got a road ahead of him here, despite those improved mechanics.
Yeah, DistantLight is just he's held on. Like, it's looked a little bit nervous at times. It's looked close to getting fragged, but every engagement he's come out on top, and yeah, he's eaten the odd damage here and there, but so far so good. What can he do up against Agent, though, who's going to be 200 and what, about 130 HP? DistantLight not left with a lot of stack. He's going to have upper blue in 5. No, the lower blue in 5. Okay, yeah, you can see he's just sort of running around. He's avoiding Agent. He can't get on anything. But two pincers. Slow Weeble as well.
This could be a frag. Nicely done.
That was clutch as fuck.
It was
That
very
was so
clutch
good.
as fuck. He heard Agent coming. Agent knew that he had him low enough to get a frag, and so he was trying to box DistantLight in, but he was not having it. He fought back well, hit 2 return pincers, and got himself 2 frags now with the conversion off spawn. Looking pretty good for Distant here.
Yeah, that was... Oh, that was one of the most impressive things I've seen in a duel for a while. Just perfectly played from him, but he's up against Agent once again with the major. For all the frags that DistantLight has had, I don't think he's had a full lock on a rotation even once.
He hasn't, and he's kind of owed some favors to hitting pincers where Agent has missed. But he's played well on the items. I'm really liking a lot of the kind of fights he's taking, where he'll take a fight with an item to his back, so that he can back out. He doesn't have to full commit to the fight, and he's done really well about that on this map so far.
So what do we need to see from Agent Davis? What does he need to change in order to get back in this one?
He's pretty lopsided on the damage so far. I mean, he's down 1,000 points in damage, and DistantLight hasn't been a slouch on the end. He takes it, so it doesn't really matter. He can't do a whole lot. So, but Distant played a really smooth game there for Frontier. He didn't play it recklessly fast in control, but when he did have control, he was doing really well about just keeping damage on Agent, and any little stack that Agent was able to work up, Distant was very good about chipping away from really quickly.
Well, welcome, boys and girls, to the new and improved Skybreak. The art got upgraded, I don't exactly know when, a couple of weeks ago, I guess. It looks really nice now. And this is a map that Agent historically has done very well on. We typically think of it as being a very fast map, one that rewards mechanics. But actually, what Agent does here is just he cycles the items so well. He gets in control once, and he's got the unique ability of ghosting on this map, where a lot of people struggle to do that. So he gets his control, and then he just abuses it. So I think this is, again, Agent favored. DistantLight going uphill a bit here, but he showed he's capable on Frontier for sure.
Absolutely. If he can take the kind of fights he was taking before and keep hitting the shots he was hitting, this could just as easily go DistantLight's way. I do agree with you that people tend to think of this as a fast map, but the more I play it, I think it's a lot slower than people realize, and you can get a really nice item lock here as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Control here is kind of easy, I guess. Like, playing out of control here, I think the reason this feels fast is because out of control play is so precise. You have to be so careful. It's so easy to give away, you know, your position with a little bit of sound. You know, similar to, say, Toxicity of old, or a map like Hectic, something like that, right? Where
Yeah, absolutely.
ghosting here, as I say, so difficult. Agent can do it, but few other people can. DistantLight knocks him down. Opportunistic pin there, and he capitalizes beautifully.
Yeah, I don't think Agent thought that he was that visible, but it doesn't even matter. DistantLight had a nice little sliver of an angle and just massacred him with the shaft. Agent got the mega health off spawn, so he's actually out stacking Distant here, and he probably will pick up that red as well. But nice frag from Distant.
Very nice indeed. Now, Agent, though, it was the story on Frontier. It's the story here. DistantLight gets a frag, and then somehow Agent has all the items. I don't exactly know how it works, but that seems to be how it is.
Agent's timing is so excellent that he knows, even if he died at red like he did, he knew the timing. He knew he was going to spawn near Mega, and he knew Mega was going to be soon, so... Well played to Agent. He's got himself a full armor stack, and Distant has all the health. So we're looking at fairly even fight here.
See, we're gonna go
whenever
quiet a
they
little
find
bit
each
here.
other.
DistantLight over by the blue. It's Agent. Actually, in the other corridor. He's now above red, behind it.
Oh, we might have a fight here.
Could be. Agent. Is he gonna commit? The red he is. Okay, picks it up. DistantLight, looking for damage. Not gonna get anything. It's the race to the mega, and DistantLight doesn't go for it. Opts for the damage with the shaft. Does a good job so far, and yeah, keeps the stack advantage at a minimum. Still, advantage Agent.
Very slightly, yeah, to Agent. Distant does have a pretty comparable armor stack, but Agent still has a good majority of that mega health. Yeah, so now we're seeing the slow play. Agent, I'm seeing Agent take a lot of peeks and fights here. I'm not sure if he's not quite fully warmed up yet, but he's really falling into some predictable shots here for Distant.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, when you're so used to winning, do you get... I wonder if he gets quite complacent. Like, he really has to motivate himself to concentrate and play properly, because so rarely does he need to. You know, his autopilot, his just passive level is so high that maybe he needs the pressure of a grand finals to really play at his best these days.
I mean, it's very possible. I'd be kind of surprised. Agent seems like he would have kind of that mentality have been figured out at this point, but he has been extremely dominant, and that was a really good push. Got Distant down to next to nothing, and he does clean it up with a pincer, and he'll be able to get the red. He is leaving the mega health, though, so DistantLight might be able to swipe that off the spawn, although there it is.
So he's going to pick up the mega. Agent pushing around to YA. That's going to be his. So slight advantage once again to Agent in terms of the stack, but it's pretty minimal. It's less than a pincer shot, which is what matters. He's going to hit one here, up the jump pad, and out looking for more. Dropping safely, though. Safely indeed.
Yeah, a little sloppy positioning from Distant. He spammed rockets near the yellow, so he knew where Agent was going to be coming from. A little bit ballsy to be on that rail at that time, I think. And the stack is just so immense. Even that little bit of free shaft, I mean, Agent's still sitting at 200 health.
And yeah, it turns out Skybreak apparently the slowest map of all time. Just no frags, Davis. Just 1-8.
I think this is kind of how if Skybreak stays in the pool, I think games will become more and more like this. There's quite a few items on the map. There's a lot of distance, and like you said earlier, the sound cues on this map are huge. So moving quickly, I have found in my games personally, ends up being a worse strategy than playing it like a more, instead of thinking of it as like a toxicity, more of like a furious heights. Maps with a lot of open rail angles and open availability that you have to play slow, because otherwise you're just going to be too easy to predict.
Yeah.
That's what
Rest
we're
in
seeing.
peace, old Skybreak. I will miss you for all of your stupid rushing. We haven't got a dumb map in the pool anymore, Davis. I need a dumb map.
I think some of the newer, like Overgrowth, I think can be a really fast map. It doesn't seem to quite be the.
And Davis is gone. Don't know what's happened there, but presumably some internet issues. Not an issue. As always, you've got me for the sterling analysis. High-level duel experience from GMT. Coming to the fore once again. You know it. You love it. Agent pushing in. Pincer out. Can't hit. And Davis maybe coming back.
I should be here.
All right. Are we internet outage or?
Yeah, that was like just I got disconnected there for a second. Everything went offline.
Happens to the best of us. Agent on the mega distant light, looking to set up for the red. No, not gonna bother. Doesn't feel he can take the risk, and rightly so.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate timing for that internet outage. I was actually about to say, Distant has been doing a really good job about kind of becoming a ghost, like you were saying earlier on. He's generally been pretty off the map, out of control here.
Mm.
But Agent's got a full cycle down. He's going to be able to rush right back over to Mega Health. Even if he loses this, he's going to be able to pump out damage on it.
And he will. Does lose out on the mega, but as you say, there's the frag. Pushing in with the shaft now is Agent. That's an easy frag as well. And this is sort of what I was worried about. It was like, if Distant Light's in the lead, he still has to fight for every frag, but it felt like as soon as Agent has a big stack and a frag, he rolls, he racks up the score. And you've got to be so careful.
Yeah, he's been so cutthroat on the items, it's really reduced the options for Distant Light as far as where he can be, and the Agent's been cleaning up. He's gotten really clean frags the last two that I've seen so far. Ooh, narrowly avoids getting hit in the face. Shaft cleanup, pick up the yellows, and you'll be able to make your way right back over to the blue and the red.
Standard stuff, but well executed. Clash on the majors. We'll see how they navigate this. It's just going to be Distant Light rushing onto the red. Yeah.
Yeah, full committed to that red. Not really the biggest win for him, honestly, because Agent will have the Mega Health and the yellow.
And way,
Yep. So, I don't know. I mean, it's still close. It's only a 4-frag game, and it is Skybreak. The pace can rapidly increase. Oh, not if Distant Light makes pushes like that, though. He's lucky he didn't take more damage there. Very obvious dash through the doorway. And again, Distant just, he's getting predicted really, really easily. Agent's running all 4 of the items. He knows where Distant's going to be going to try to restack, and he's got a stranglehold on this control. I'm not sure if Distant Light, unless he wins a miracle fight here, which he will not. We're on golden frag for Agent with a massive stack advantage.
Yeah, this is not what you want.
But still,
there we go.
Well played to Distant. He took Frontier in a fairly convincing fashion.
And Davis has died again. Let's hope he's all right. So we will have Agent, funnily enough, in Championship Sunday. It'll drop a map though, which not necessarily something we would expect, even if it is to DistantLight. And he will be qualifying alongside Carvit and cYpheR, and we currently have Baxter Pavel underway. I'm going to imagine that this is already ongoing and we won't be able to join, but I'll give it a go just in case. Chances are they've been and gone, so we may have to look towards the lower bracket. Nykho strongest strikes me as a good one. See if we can get in. Okay, yeah, we're gonna go Nykho strongest. That is key. Straight in. If Davis, okay. If yeah, no, he's got no. This is going to be losers round 4. So we've probably got 3 best of... No, it's all best of 3, isn't it? We've got about 3 best 3s left, I think. Buxter Pavel, yeah, is on the first map right now. I would imagine that Buxter is streaming. Hopefully he is, and if you want to catch that one. We're going to be covering Nykho strongest, which is actually a really cool losers bracket map. Nykho, he's a bit streaky, he's a bit inconsistent, but I like watching him play a lot. Strongest is, you know, fairly senior player at this point and very strong as well. But I would say they're both a little bit off the top tier. They're like the second tier of players, but they're very good. And this should be a really even game as well. Nykho is going to be picking Casbah as the high seed. Strongest. Sorry. Yeah. Leave it to him. Don't worry. I know you like using the graphic, Adam, but sometimes it's not worth it. He's already shown the graphic. Oh, it's fine, boys. It's fine. Everything's great. We love Tim Cole. Okay, we got Davis in. We got pick bans kind of happening, maybe. Who knows? We're going to Frontier and Casbah by the looks of things. Waiting on the last map that's going to be decided by... Yeah, I think that's the problem.
All right, am I here? Am I going to get cut off again?
Yep. Who knows? But you are here at the moment.
All right, I'm here now. That's what matters.
So we have a Casbah pick from Nykho. It's a Frontier pick from Strongest. A ban of Sky by Nykho. And it looks like a ban of Bioplant. We haven't seen a Bioplant all day. Weird.
Watching the wrong players. Where's Carwick? He's already qualified.
The big boy. The RJ Pincer god. Always love watching Carvick. And we will get to see him tomorrow. And I think we're allowed to say this. Me and Davis will be covering all of these wonderful duels tomorrow on the twitch.tv/Diabotical channel for the top 8. Very, very happy to have you on board on the official stream, Davis. It's going to be a good one.
It is. I'm actually really, really excited about it. I think it's going to be a blast.
Surely will. And already we've seen Carvit. We've seen Agent. We've seen cYpheR qualify. Buxter and Pavel are currently playing a qualifying map. and match rather, and then down in the losers bracket we've the likes of danchez, dazatorr, DistantLight, Gaia, Proximo, Backstein, Skooky. This losers bracket to me looks like a real toss-up. Like I think the seeds, yeah, I still have a belief in the seeds. I look at DistantLight, I look at dazatorr, I look at danchez, and I think, yeah, they should beat all of these guys. But I wouldn't be surprised to see almost anyone in this losers bracket make it out at this point.
Yeah, there's some excellent players. Lupin, Firebot, Scoochie, the game we're about to watch. Backstein also, I would really like to see him do well in the tournament as well. For already qualified players, we've got Agent, Karwick, and cYpheR. And having cYpheR, I think, is going to add a nice kind of like, you know, nobody's really been seeing him practice. We all know him from Quake Live. So obviously, no doubt, I think he'll be playing extremely well, but it's kind of an unexpected wild card, and I am looking forward to seeing how that plays out tomorrow. Well,
for now, we have Nykho and strngst to content ourselves with. Well, I can't speak today. So it's terrible.
It's tomorrow that you got to speak well. So
it's
today
my
we're just
one
practice.
job, Davis. All right, it's my one job.
Have a little bit of coffee. Well, I don't know. It's kind of late in the day for you. Maybe have a little bit of whiskey. I'm not sure how it rolls for y'all Britons.
Yeah, usually one of the two. Those are like the two major emotions, aren't they? Whiskey and coffee.
Whiskey and coffee. I need to either wake up or go to bed.
But either way, I need substances to help me because I'm a man. It's Nykho taking the maiden frag as well as the second mega. A little bit of a pincer there from strngst, who's then going to make his way onto the red. Jesus Christ, the sound effect on the scythe. That's menacing.
Yeah, it is pretty menacing. It sounds pretty ruthless. Kind of an interesting matchup we have here. I know strngst from his QC streams, but I haven't really been seeing him play too much Diabotical. Nykho, I obviously know. The French Lord himself.
He's just a super nice guy as well, which I'd be lying if I said I didn't want him to win this. I absolutely do. But he's got quite an interesting style. I always like he's quite flashy, he's quite aggressive, and sometimes it doesn't work because his consistency isn't quite there of like the really tippy top tier players. But for minutes at a time, he looks like a top tier player because he just has these moments, these streaks of really good form, and his aim can be super on point. Wow.
Absolutely. And although I do appreciate all of the Eastern European players we have in Diabotical, I do hope that some of the Western European players can really start to kind of shake their dominance on the game so far, because it's been an Eastern European player show, as far as Duel is concerned anyway, for a while. It'd be nice to see like Nykho, Backstein, and some of the other higher tier players, Lupin.
Well, I think also Skooky, because he's the newest of anyone to a arena FPS duel, even if he has been doing it for 2 years. You know, the room to grow for Skooky's there. And actually, one of the really interesting things about him is that in practice, he is like way better than he is in tournament, which you're always just waiting for that to be unlocked. It's like we know the potential's there. He just needs to do it.
I had no idea he had only been playing for 2 years. So yeah, with a little bit of tournament experience under his belt, he can become quite a formidable player if he's already playing at this level after 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking maps off the likes of Agent and dazatorr and danchez in practice, so it's only a matter of time.
Absolutely. Well played to Scoochie. Nice slow weeble play here from strngst to keep Nykho at bay. Is it Nykho or Nykho?
I say Nykho.
Okay.
Jahar says Nykho. But
there must be an American thing. We see the Y and we're just like, it can't be Nykho. That's an I.
Yep.
But I'm seeing more Frontier than one thing I really like about watching European duels versus North American duels is there generally tends to be kind of a map preferential difference, and it seems like Europeans overall are much bigger fans of Frontier than my North American comrades.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a polarizing map, right? And I feel like in a given matchup of two players, one of them is going to like Frontier way more than the other, right? Because it rewards, I think, quite a narrow skill set, and like, is your shaft good? Is your pincer good? And are you okay at not dying at trappy items, right? And
Right.
Not a whole lot else to it. Rockets here, of course, are a lot less important than on another map. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. In North America, we see a lot more bioplant. I would love to find out why. We need like a fucking psychologist or a psychiatrist to tell us what it is about American culture that makes people better at bioplant.
I think it's just the raw. Americans like to play fast by and large. Not all of us, but most of us. And I think Bioplant kind of is the most. I would say Bioplant's probably the fastest map in the pool.
Yeah, as it's sort of worked its way out. Strongest pushing on in that, and will get himself on the board 2-1.
He's got a lot of time in between the red armor as well.
Yeah, this is quite nicely lined up if he can get on it. Trying to listen for Nykho. Nykho quite loud there as he makes his way up to top blue. Strongest doesn't want to just get on the red. He's looking for that damage. You know, he thought he would surprise Nykho there, and now has to play for mega position. But there is an opportunity. If Nykho books it over to the red, he could. Oh, God. Strongest. I had my heart in my mouth there. But yeah, Nykho wasn't quite quick enough there. I wonder if he had RJ'd or something. He could have gone to that red.
Definitely a possibility. If he had heard him go to red, he should have immediately actually gone to the mega health. That might have been a slight slip up in the timing on his part. The Strongest did give him an opportunity to get one or the other, but Strongest maintains control on both of them, and now we've got a big rocket fight here.
Ooh.
Good. Ooh. Big rocket damage from Strongest. Cleans that up pretty cleanly. Almost 200 armor left over after the red pickup. Ooh. That's an unfortunate rush there. I don't think he expected Strongest to be there.
Yeah, and Nykho's going to have to do something soon about this because Strongest stack is getting a little bit out of hand. He's had a few too many majors in a row. Good damage from the blaster here, actually, and he takes none in return.
Yeah, pretty big, very big that Strongest missed those rockets on him. Could have really punished him, but instead he gets out scot-free and is able to go get himself a pincer.
Yeah, and he did, I think, maybe 60 or 80 damage as well. So a little bit of a lead here for Nykho in terms of the stack. Strongest going to be setting up on red earlier. What do we see from Nykho? Is he just going to trade with the majors? I think he is. He's looking to get on this mega. No, he's setting up a trap. Oh, not the time for it, Nykho. Not the time at all. And now he's in this fight up against the slow Weevil. The draft's good from Strongest, and the rocket's even better. The damage was great there from Nykho, but you just didn't need to go that way.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate. If he would have played it more like Agent did, and played near the pillar and denied positioning on the mega health that way, I think the trap would have been a lot more successful, but he was so far away that Strongest was able to just dash right onto the mega health, and he kind of worked himself off of his own item there.
Yeah. So, sort of ambitious, isn't it? It's like, I want more than the item. I want a chance at a frag as well, and in the end, you get neither.
Yeah, that's what I would call greedy play. And it's, when you're greedy, it seems like you get less than if you just were humble and just take what is offered to you.
Strongest did get knocked off this red. Nykho smells blood in the water, but it's going to be a suicide frag combination. Ooh, I think...
Really nice spawn for him, though. He managed to get the rocket and the shaft that was left over from that, so he should be able to get the red here.
Yeah, gives away the mega. 2 blues and the mega for Strongest. So a little bit difficult for Nykho here, but I actually think the slow Weeble pickup is something that people still underestimate. So powerful.
Ooh.
But eating damage like this, no, that's bad.
Yeah, that was actually a fairly incredible long-range rocket shot from Strongest there. Completely crippled Nykho stack. And Strongest, it seems his game plan really is to get some form of control, and he really likes the center area, whether it's the upper center or the middle center, but he gets the items and then he just kind of sits and waits and takes the sound cues and tries to set up a trap based on that.
You know, earlier I said in one of the Agent games, it was like 10-1, but it felt like a really close 10-1. This feels like the most one-sided 3-2 I've ever seen. Like, doesn't it feel like Strongest is winning by a lot?
Yeah, it feels like he
He's
should,
not.
like, yeah. He does have a 2-frag lead now, though, so he is starting to work on it.
There we go. Yeah, it's What a strange game this has been. I feel like Nykho's made some really obvious mistakes. Like, just, not that they were obvious in that I could say that it was really bad decision making going in, but in terms of, like, it went very wrong. And yet, he's only 2 frags away. So I'm not too worried. Strongest going to be trying to get on this red. Hitting that pincer actually really hurts. Nykho has almost no stack, almost no momentum. I'm almost wondering if you want to give that life up just so you can have 100 health again. He's going to die anyway. Caught out again, though. That's strongest. Oh, no! He's going to lose that fight. Nykho. On top of it with the rockets, 50 bubble. Red in a little bit. Can't challenge the Mega, I don't think. But with the slow, we should be able to defend. Actually, strongest goes for the red and calls his bluff. Ooh, that may well be the map. But no, Nykho on the Mega has to do it all now, though, as Golden Frag looms ever closer. And that's a huge rocket from strongest.
Ooh, big rocket from Nykho, though, to shut him down at the pincer there. And I'm not sure if you can hear me. I was lagging out momentarily.
We're
Okay,
good.
wonderful. All right. I was gone for like maybe 40 seconds, and all of a sudden it's a 6-3 game.
Yeah, what happened? I don't know. I have a weird... I don't know why it is. I cannot remember Arena FPS games at all. Like, I can't tell you what's happened in the last 30 seconds. Not even a little bit. It's actually probably terrible, considering that my job is commentating Arena FPS games. There we are.
Well, sometimes the 30 seconds can be quite action-packed, but strongest on Golden Frag here. And again, playing it so slow. I think the biggest problem Nykho's had on this game is he's just been very loud around a very quiet strongest, and he's been able to get a lot of free damage so far. And there it is, again, being so loud as strongest just waits for him on the top part of the red and gets a free slow weeble double rocket kill.
Yep, there we are. It's Nykho and strongest, and we're going to, I believe Casbah, Nykho's pit. So strongest wins his map on Frontier, as he should. Have they already launched the next map? Because I didn't get dragged in.
I don't believe so. I am just in the lobby.
Can you tell them to restart? I didn't get dragged in for some reason. There we go. Casbah and Perilous coming up. Perilous is the decider. Seen a lot of Casbah today. A lot of Casbah.
Yeah, Casbah seems to is becoming the kind of I don't even know how to describe it. It seems like, in my opinion, it plays the most similarly to the former Quake Live maps that we used to be playing. And again, my internet is just... I don't know what's going on here.
1. Fight.
Sora Davis. We don't have you here because you're amazing internet. We've got you here for all of your knowledge.
All of my knowledge that I can only half share as I warp in and out of the internet space.
Yeah. It's alright. Nykho? That's not how that trap's supposed to work. He has just massively whiffed that. Now he's in a horrible fight. Oh! Strongest with the clutch pincer. He did hit that, and he did. On this blue now. Oh, we'll take down a little bit. This is looking very strong for the man whose name is very similar to the word strong. Already. Great 2-0. Can't get on this blue. Finally picks up a shaft for himself. I would love a mega. Is he going to get it? I think he might. Nykho gonna drop very aggressive here on the mega though, and he's hitting decent rockets, but he needs to be able to capitalize off this spawn for this to be worth it. Nykho with a big stack here. Got to see something of a comeback from him as he tries to work his way back into this series, one map down. Looks like it should be a good trap for Nykho, but really composed rockets there from strngst. Does the business. 3 to -1. This is where you start to worry for Nykho. Don't have a lot to say. I'll be honest. strngst just sort of bouncing around. Gonna get on the mega. He's looking pretty good. Looking about as good as you could hope for, but actually dropping onto the shaft. Nykho gets a lot of damage here, and strngst gonna look for damage on the red. Gets a little tap from that rocket. And this is Nykho's opportunity. It's only one blue up on the map for strngst. Upper blue is next. Nykho, I think, already waiting at mega, and strngst actually might have the better knowledge of the timing. No, Nykho is hit. But yeah, it is going to be a trade, and that's the problem with clashing mages. That's the problem right there. And the big damage from the rocket, but Nykho scrappily gets himself that final pincer shot and brings things closer. 15 HP now, all strngst has on the blue. Would probably love to get on the 50, but this is so dangerous right now, and he has to vacate. What's going on there, boys? What's going on there? He's just hit a grenade, doesn't he? That's demoralizing. Did GMT DC from qualifying? Commentating? No. No, I'm here. I'm talking. I'm saying the word. They're just not particularly good. The words. You know, can't always be a winner, alright? Sometimes you have a quiet one.
Arch rhythm. Intermittently by Davis. I am here and then I am not. I am the ghost of Diabotical.
Yeah. It's, keeps us on our toes. Keeps it interesting.
Keeps me on my toes as well. Definitely need to figure it out before tomorrow, but while I'm not directly in the server, I have been watching the stream, and I have no idea if anything I've said has actually managed to make it through to the stream, but it seems like strngst just has a better overall fundamentals in Duel. It seems Nykho plays a little too wipeout-y, clan arena-y. He's very aim dependent. He has excellent mechanics, but he doesn't seem to quite have the dual knowledge to back it up yet.
Yeah, he tries to get a bit too cute with it, doesn't he? It's like he's trying to do the really high level play, but he hasn't figured out the good play yet. But on his day, I mean, he pulls it off. As I say, like I've seen duels of his that look really, really strong, and then you know he has ones like this where he just looks a little bit lost. And strngst has done a good job playing a pretty simple game, just walking from item to item, splitting them when it makes sense. And even if he hasn't retained full control the whole time, he's never, I think, lost out an entire rotation.
No, I don't think so either. And from what I've been able to see, he's really kind of just letting Nykho come to him. You know, Nykho's very loud when he gets into a position to fight. He's kind of predictable, makes it easy to set up shots on him, and strngst is just taking advantage of that all game.
Yep. Nykho, once again on the red though. And strngst doesn't have the biggest stack in the world. He will be able to find Nykho around this corner. The rocket's looking much better for the Frenchman right now. As the Russian backs away. Nykho hits the pincer, but it's not enough. And strngst will trade again. Unbelievable that nobody died there. They both just right on the razor's edge. Barely alive, but now Nykho up the jump pad. It somehow works. Slow Weevil as well drops with the pincer. Beautiful stuff. Nykho takes himself off the negatives. On the 50 now. On the red. Mega as well. Is he going to go the way of strngst or? Yeah, it is. Okay, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Pushing in now is Nykho. Needs to do the business quite quickly, I feel, up against that stack disadvantage. Now that strngst is on the Mega, that's what I was scared of. And the rockets are good. Nykho falls. Strngst isn't going to miss that. Brings out the MG. Now dropping down with a rocket. One good one would be enough. We're in golden frag territory, but Nykho does get one back. I've certainly seen harder comebacks, but yeah, this is uphill in snow both ways, unfortunately, for Nykho.
Yeah, comebacks on cYpheR are so hard to pull off. It's so easy for the in-control player or the player with the lead to just play in a very defensive way. There's so much distance you can cover on this map.
I feel like you haven't watched my show match with Y2 Jake then.
I saw part of it. Admittedly, I did not see all of it, unfortunately, but I did see part of it. I did not see you guys play cYpheR, though.
You didn't see where I was 5-0 up, having gone 2-0 in maps, and then lost 3 in a row? You didn't catch that bit.
Oh, you
it was
got
awful.
Reverse swept.
I got reverse swept, and that's my favorite thing to talk about on the stream.
I mean, it is. There's nothing more hype than a reverse sweep.
Bad memories. Very bad memories. Right.
Good practice. Good practice, bad memories.
I'm out forever. I've retired. Update on the brackets. Lupin beat Eccentric, Firebot beat Gecko. It's going to be Lupin Firebot that if we can get in on that, I think we will. So that should be a good one. I probably have both of them as friends. So we might be able to join. I'm in Firebot's party, so there's every chance we'll get this game going. They haven't done it in the back end yet, so I don't have a code. We will go on a very brief break, I think. Might only be a minute or two, but we'll be back in a sec.
Excellent.
Welcome back. It's Firebot and Lupin here in losers round 5. Winner goes on to face danchez for a qualifying spot of Championship Sunday. Firebot is going to be picking Perilous, Lupin picks Skybreak, and bans Frontier. Will we see a bioplant today? Who knows? I'm GMT, I'm joined by Davis. Sometimes joined by Davis, not always, because the internet is a fickle mistress. I've got a lager beer. I'm enjoying my day so far. We got probably 2 more best of 3s for you. This one and a qualifying match as well. We could see the winner of this versus danchez, but I think, you know, we try and keep it varied, and we've seen a fair bit of Lupin today. So we might see maybe Pavel's. I think, yeah, Pavel's qualification match would be really cool. It'd be either versus Gaia or Proxima. So that'd be pretty sick. It's bioplant last. So yeah, we might get one. We might actually get a bioplant, boys. Also, a big shout out to Nykho. Gave us a raid, and I didn't mention it because I think we were off air at the time, but Bucks apparently also maybe has raided us. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love from the community, and yeah, good stuff. It's good stuff, boys. Very good stuff.
Very, very good stuff.
Davis lives again.
I live. I'm here. I was AFK. I was not like that. I don't think anyway. I guess I don't know, but I'm here now. That's what matters.
And we're very glad because there's only so much nonsense I can talk about Davis when I'm on my own. It gets weird. Start talking about all sorts of things. We get very off topic.
You can go off topic. You can do what you would like, GMT. I will talk about the game for you.
So, how about Milanese mesh watch straps, eh? Are they a bit gauche, a bit gaudy? Or are they classy? Who knows? This is what the stream was like. It was awful.
It was awful.
It was awful.
Well, now, gaudy, classy or not, we are looking at a Perilous, which is my first Perilous of the day. And on top of that, we're looking at it between Firebot and Lupin. And Lupin I have not got to see in action, but Firebot I am a big fan of. He is a very good player. But I know that Lupin is no slouch himself. He's very high on the leaderboards. So, here we go.
Yeah, and he goes, I think, pretty even or a little bit better than versus Backstein, which is obviously very, very good indeed.
Indeed.
The thing I will say about this is that both Lupin and Firebot are very cautious, and yeah, I don't expect a lot of frags here. I'm expecting maybe 3 in total on Perilous. More than that would shock.
Yeah, I can see the slow play already as Lupin tries to set up that trap on the pincer, and unfortunately Firebot going for the early pincer means he's out of position on the red, so Lupin's got a massive stack advantage on him for this fight.
Drop down trades on the pincer. Firebot left pretty low. He's going to die at the next. Get the damage. Rocket the pincer finally. Lupin will take the first frag, and a lot quicker than I would have expected.
Yeah, very quick. And watching Lupin's POV there, he's got very very decided mouse movement. He doesn't seem like he's a very wild like flicker or anything like that. Just very steady. You know, sets himself up for the shots nicely.
Yeah, I said it earlier, and I think it bears repeating. Lupin's a great player to watch, to learn from, because he's not doing much that you can't. Although his mechanical skill, you know, is higher than average, he doesn't rely on it. He doesn't lean on it. He just plays a really solid game and is quite humble about his abilities as well. So it's someone whose stream you should definitely watch. It's twitch.tv/LUP1NQL. Lupin QL.
Indeed, I'll have to go shoot the man a follow. He's playing a really nice item game, very nice item game, playing very slow, decidedly, carefully. He's not even moving very quickly. He's just very comfortably holding control. I really like to see that.
Yeah, I think one of the things about this matchup in particular, where they're both quite cautious players, I think that suits the Lupin, because when I've seen Lupin struggle, like when he hits the wall that is an agent, a cYpheR, a dazatorr, a danchez, it's that real onslaught, that sort of just incredibly fast, aggressive style. He can't quite hold it at bay and play a slow item game. But I think Firebot's going to give him plenty of space, and that's why this is such an interesting matchup. Lupin, though, takes a lot of damage through the telly, and it's nicely timed for Firebot. It's going to be Mega, it's going to be Blue, and it's going to be damage on the red as well.
Yeah. Was a bit unfortunate he took those rockets coming through the port, although he did know that Firebot was there, so it was a risky play from him and ended up not working out in his favor. Still has a frag lead, though. Didn't manage to get the red off spawn. I'm imagining we're going to see Lupin play very slow, out of control. I don't see him taking any real risky fights.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it right now. Pincers, a few of them. Going to get himself on that red. Firebot on the Mega, though, here, and with a decidedly larger stack, Lupin still has to play a little bit careful. Comes to the YA, and actually that might be a mistake.
Yeah, even though he took that, he took 100 points of damage for it. He's really no better off than before he picked it up. And now Firebot has a very good position for the next red. $190,200. That's a stat. That's a hell of it. Yeah, that's very close to the magical 400, and he catches him on the doorway. Very nicely done. Lupin tried to dash out of there real quick, but he got himself stuck on the wall, and Firebot punished him very deftly for it.
Firebot, mechanically very strong, very, very solid, and you know, he's a tier of player where even, you know, for someone like me who is very low level, that barely even looks like a mistake. Like, what did Lupin actually do wrong there? He backpedaled a little bit imprecisely, but Firebot sees something like that, instantly pounces. It's an easy frame.
Absolutely, smells blood in the water, and he knew he could get tied up here, which is what he's done. He kind of kept the red and the Mega really close. He's got very little time to make it back to the top area, and he doesn't even elect to go for the rocket jump, just dashes over here. Lupin, though, is on absolutely no armor, is wise, and completely avoids the Mega. And Firebot's got a massive item cycle going here on Lupin. He's picked up, I think the only item up was the blue, so that's all Lupin is working with, is 50 armor, while Firebot's gobbled all 3 of the other items in a row.
Yep. I mean, he's denying armors at this point. He barely needs them himself, and now positioning on the Mega can take his attention over to the YA as well. I think that is where Lupin would, you know, like to be. Firebot knows that, and he'll only allow him to get the blue once again. That's going to be all Lupin has this rotation, unless he can get on the red.
Decent rocket damage.
Ooh.
Actually pushes Firebot away with it, too. Well done to get onto that red. He's actually got a pretty big advantage over Firebot now. Yeah,
that's a good little sequence actually there from Lupin. I said it was going to be difficult if he couldn't get on the red, but he does just that and hits the shots he needs to as well. And his Firebot sort of stuck between the 2 majors, and I don't think he feels particularly confident about going for either.
No, he will get himself the Mega, but they were synced up, so it was kind of a free Mega. But Lupin playing slow, but he's playing confidently, which is, it's really nice to see. The rocket push he got at red was a pretty risky play, but he knew what he wanted to execute, and he positioned himself for it, and he punished Firebot deftly for it. But Firebot does hit that direct, which will force Lupin away from him. And they're fairly even.
That was one of those situations you hate as the opponent, because Firebot only shot that rocket because he ran out of shaft. And that was just, I think, the auto switch that gave him that rocket. So, bit of luck there, but yeah, it's worked out very well indeed. And now Firebot pushing
3
into
of them
this
in a
red.
row.
Lupin, are you allowed to stand there? Maybe.
Lupin
he does it.
He has some excellent rockets. Just hits the direct as he flings them around that corner. Really nicely played from Lupin.
Man, I didn't think he was allowed to just stand there, but he absolutely was. He holds his own, and okay, a little bit sheepish after that frag. Doesn't really go and assert himself on the map, but gets the second red.
No.
And... yeah, this drop is
shaft.
questionable.
Yeah, I mean, he is lucky he left with as much armor as he had. Still has 67 even after falling into his shaft, so fortunate he will be able to set back up on the red. Firebot might push him here. He does have quite a bit of time before the Mega health, and he does know red timing. But it looks like he's electing to just play it safe. So Firebot with the 3 other items, the yellow's up, but Lupin can't even deny it. So Firebot is just going to set himself up on the red here. And we could see a brawl, but with the way these players are playing, probably not. Maybe a pincer. There he is. He's here. Oh, dashes into the wall. Lupin kind of set himself up for failure there. That was an unfortunate misdash. And again, the cheeky long-range hit scan play.
Yeah, trying is our Lupin. 3-2 up, by the way. So the time actually in his favor. I'm going to take this fight. A great bit of shaft to begin, but Firebot backs off, hits the pincer, and makes this ever so complicated for Lupin, who goes on to the red, picks it up, but still so low here. Once that 25, you can see it in his mouse movement, and will get himself on that. Another 25, similar stacks, but doesn't go to the way I can't, and knows that there's a clash of the major items.
Yeah, Lupin's been doing really well with taking decent positioning for these fights. He's trading a stack in order to position himself in places where he can shell out a lot of damage. And he's gotten close to death a couple times, but it's really worked out for him. He's been able to keep a presence on at least one item and maintain a reasonable stack, despite being out of control for, oh, I don't know, the last 2 minutes or so of the game. And again, see this excellent positioning here. Again, took the high ground. He knows that Firebot was coming from the yellow and just cuts him off before it. And again, the rocket jump back up top. Takes a big rocket, though. That was a massive win for Firebot, who is waiting for this very risky peeking there from Lupin. But he might cut him off here, and he does. 60 damage rocket through the port, but I don't think it's going to earn him the red here. I think Firebot's going to concede this. Yeah, definitely after that pincer. Firebot in a pretty dire strait, and Lupin knows it, pushes in. 75 armor is decent, but he's got no health to back it up. Yeah, he knows it. Flings his mouse around there a little bit.
What a close match this has been. And Lupin absolutely showing his class. Like, Firebot is one of the big names in EU Diabotical Duel, and Lupin much less so. You know, his tournament experience is mostly at TimCons. He went to the Quake Champions PGL event and actually beat Vu, which was quite cool.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, but, you know, Vu, very retired at the time, so...
Hey, a win on Vu is a win on Vu.
Absolutely. But look,
Man
he's taking it to Firebot. This is great stuff.
Yeah, I actually really like Lupin's play. He's very, very position-minded, it looks like. Very, very careful about the items, but he's not hyper-aggressive. It does a lot of good damage in between the items, though. And just overall, like, really solid, nice, slow play from Lupin. Not maybe as fancy or as exciting as, say, like, watching danchez run around and hit 50 shaft. But a lot of experience in this man's play.
Yeah. And, you know, he's a young man, actually, and hasn't been playing arena FPS games for the longest time, but he's a grinder. Like, he will sit down and play for a few hours of really high-quality practice. He's got great stamina and concentration. Takes this game and all games that he plays very seriously.
Indeed, and you can see it reflected in the playstyle. And for a not super experienced player, this kind of slower playstyle is definitely not what you would expect from a newer to arena FPS player. Most of them are kind of, they want to get in the heat of it, the nitty gritty and the quick movement, but instead we're seeing a very wise beyond his years playstyle, which I very much appreciate. Firebot with a missed look with that shaft. This could be bad, although Lupin elects to just leave. Golden frag is much more worthwhile to him than a frag at that point.
Yeah. And up against it. Firebot in his map pick as well. Gonna eat one pincer shaft now for Lupin. Is he committing? He's getting some decent damage, but no. Backs up onto the YA. And again, the discipline from Lupin. Even on golden frag, he doesn't take the 50-50 push there. He just takes his item, sets up for another one, positions well. And yeah, this is smart play. Holding the blue, gonna get on red. Mega will go the way of Firebot, but stack advantage for Lupin, absolutely.
yeah, Lupin has all of this armor, and he's sending himself back up on the yellow, so Firebot has so little to work with. And again, just a good reminder of the nice patient play from Lupin. He knew he was going to give up the mega health, but he already denied the blue, and he just took the yellow. The only armor that's going to be available is the red, and Lupin, no surprise, will be there. Firebot does steal the next blue armor out, but he might put himself out of position for mega health if he runs. He did! And Lupin's up top.
Oh, bit of a choke. Don't choke, Lupin. Don't choke.
And I'm like, another nice thing, it's so rare to see it in lesser experienced players, but if a fight doesn't start well for Lupin, he does not try to overcommit or hit some cheeky damage. He's like, okay, fight's not going to start well, it's not going to go well, I'm out of here, I don't want to risk my frag lead here. And Firebot does an enormous amount of damage and ties it up. Lupin kind of dashed into a really big rocket.
Okay.
Firebot gets the yellow as well. This is a really big moment for him.
He's going to be on the mega. He's going to have a chance on the red as well. I think he could have RJ'd there, but actually going to play cautious. Red goes to Lupin. And now trapping up the blue is Firebot.
Yeah, he's trying to bait it out. Lupin might not fall for it, though. Pretty sure he traded position for... Yeah, he's sitting on pincer. Oh, Lupin being a little bit louder than normal takes a pincer for his troubles. Very interesting play there from Lupin. He is kind of dodging around the lower area, seeing if Firebot was going to push him, which he does, but not at the item I think he was expected to. And the red's been up for a solid almost 10 seconds there. Finally gets swiped up by Lupin.
And we're going to a classic perilous overtime at this point at 14 minutes. Is the map where this happens most often.
Yeah, very
No
hard
doubt
to get
about it.
like a proper trap, especially in Golden Frag when you can't really risk, you know, a risky fight. Will Firebot make it to the mega? Is Lupin there? He is. So yeah, we're looking. I mean, they're pretty much even. I mean, Firebot's got. Oh, that pincer kind of evens it up. If Lupin can string another one, here it is.
Oh, here we go.
Shaves off a lot of the stack that Firebot had. Still has
An
100
RJ!
armor. Lupin!
Yes! Oh, don't let him live. No! No! Surely not! Oh!
What a
he's done it!
shot! Well played
Lupin!
to Lupin. Holy cow. That rocket jump on red was one of the ballsiest plays I've seen in a while.
And after
9
playing
times out
so
of 10.
cautiously, all map long, and then he brings out the RJ. That's... How's Firebot going to expect that? He's been conditioned all game long that no, Lupin won't do any stupid aggression. He won't just run at you. He won't give you an easy frag. And yet, at the 11th hour, when it mattered most, he RJs in like a man.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal read there from Lupin to understand he had the stack advantage. He had just picked up the mega. There's only one place and one item Firebot can be. And he just rocket jumps on him. It doesn't even matter. As long as he hits one direct, and he'll have the stack advantage. And he's in a close quarters fight with the element of surprise. And he very nearly let Firebot slip away, but a very nice pincer at the end secured him the W. And nice patient play for the majority of the game is what won Lupin that.
Well, let's hope he can stay composed. Let's hope that we get a map just as good as Perilous here on Skybreak. This is going to be Lupin's pick. Ooh, this would be a bit of an upset.
Pick. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
That is very surprising to me with the way he was playing on Perilous. I did not think he would have picked this map.
Well,
I figured
that's
he'd
the
be
interesting
like a
thing.
Casbah player.
That's the interesting thing. He typically plays Perilous is his pick, but Firebot picked it first. So
wow.
he got twice his own pick, basically. Firebot seed 5, Lupin seed 13. So yeah.
Interesting.
nice.
So yeah, kind of played into his favor there. He's definitely got an advantage on the maps then, because if Firebot considered Perilous his best, he's definitely kind of working from the back foot for real here. A map down, and psychologically speaking, losing your map pick is always more devastating than losing the opponent's.
Yeah. And kind of freezing Firebot out a little bit here by going a little bit AFK. Maybe he's just gone to the toilet or something like that. But
He might need some coffee also.
hey, don't we all, man? Don't we?
Yeah, caffeine is what makes the world go around.
That and gravity. Two major forces.
The two major forces in American, or I guess not American, in human life.
Game starts in 3, 2, 1.
But here we go. I'm going to be following Firebot up spawn, who gets a pretty comfortable red spawn. But Lupin rushes in with the rockets.
Oh.
He got the blue spawn.
He's done it. He's at him.
Yes, he does give up the mega health, but he does... Oh, what are we looking at here? 80 damage so far. So the mega health really doesn't mean a whole lot to Firebot. It's more about the denial of Lupin, but Lupin's going to have a major armor advantage running into these next two items. And I'm very curious to see what kind of style of Skybreak are we going to see from Lupin. He was very careful and decided on Frontier, although those are some excellent rockets from Firebot to mitigate some of Lupin's control. But kind of curious to see what the man looks like when he unleashes, but Firebot hitting excellent shaft pushes Lupin back. He has a decent bit of armor, but he has so little health.
Oh. Just around the corner with the pincer. That was bold.
That was very bold. I don't think he expected Firebot to have that read on him. And again, good positioning from Lupin.
Nice.
Knows he's going to come pushing for this yellow. Has an escape route. Nice and ready. And Lupin's really good at playing these sound cues. He hears them. He knows he's being hunted. But he keeps a nice, calm state of mind and is able to just dash around him and actually work himself onto a red for free. He's got a pretty reasonable stack now.
He's such a smart player. Such a smart player. I'm proud. I'm proud watching this because you come to TimCon and TimCon's not the most serious thing in the world, and we make a joke. It's like, oh, he's won 4 TimCons. It's amazing. But he's like a genuinely really good player. And watch him go right now. Shaft out. Collect that red. Thank you very much. That's your reward, son. And you're about to have 200 on Skybreak.
Oh, he jumps off the mega, though.
Yeah, no, he's fine.
Oh, unreal. Unreal that worked out in his favor.
Oh, that's my boy. And you're getting racked by rockets now. But, that was pretty cool.
That was phenomenal. I mean, it's unfortunate off the spawn he took as much damage as he did. But he will be able to back up to the yellow. He's not, he's not completely out of control. And if Firebot keeps making really obvious pushes like that, he's going to be able to continue hitting such good damage on him, and it might not really matter. Bit of a risky peek there, but he bails real quick. He can back up to the red here. Might have to trade the mega for it, but he lives, and that's what's important.
He certainly does. He certainly does.
Ooh, nice shot from Firebot there. I gotta say though, these players are fairly evenly matched. Like, it's not, neither of them can really get a full-blown like snowball going here. They get a couple frags, but then the control immediately kind of shifts back to this middle ground, and we've seen that throughout the entirety of Perilous. And now we're seeing it here, but it doesn't matter.
God. Oh!
Unreal that both players are even alive at this point.
Dude.
The slow weeble in the shaft I thought was going to be a for sure frag, but it doesn't matter. Firebot's able to pick up the mega.
This is like that boss in Ocarina of Time. It's Dark Link versus Link. They're just doing the same thing. It's like looking into a mirror when they're in these shaft fights.
Yeah, insane. They're hitting each other really, really well. I thought for sure Firebot was going to go down there, but he manages to squeak out and get a semblance of control back. And here we are back at this middle ground again. Firebot going for some cheeky long-range rockets. He kind of should have probably been punished a little bit more for that, but does get away to the yellow armor. Lupin maintains his high ground, though, and is able to sweep both the mega and the red. So we've got Lupin with a very definitive advantage here. Probably looking to get a frag here within the next, 30 seconds or so. Something before the next set of items, so he can really abuse this almost 400 stack he's working with. Ha! Nicely done. Had a read on where Firebot was at the end of the shaft stairway and dashed backwards, but baited Firebot into thinking he dashed forward. Nice little cerebral play there, and is able to maintain his control of both the Mega and the Red.
Right, Lupin. With the stack, what can you do with it? You gotta defend this Red. He's gonna hit the pincer now. Meets Firebot on the other way. No, the double back. Expecting Firebot to do the same. Blue is up. And Firebot, is he waiting on my A? He was, and he is flushed out. Lupin denies. Now, looking for the pincer. You can see he wants this frag. Gonna push in. Rockets there from Firebot. Deftly dodged by Lupin. He's on the Mega. Now, the race back to the Red.
Indeed, Lupin's been doing really well about this item control. Excellent rocket and pincer combo.
Lupin
Now
keeps him in this. No, not Lupin.
Yes.
Firebot keeps himself in this. Like, just hitting enough to slow Lupin down. Here's the slow Weeble. Here's the shaft as well. The commitment. Lupin makes it happen.
I mean, he almost lost that fight. That was actually, despite having the slow Weeble, that was a lot closer of a fight than I would have expected. Firebot's doing everything he can to kind of stay in this, but Lupin's stranglehold of control has been really nice. And he's generally been getting these opening bits of damage. That pincer is huge.
What, and his shaft has been so strong. 43% in a duel like this. And, you know, Lupin's not an aim horror. He doesn't, you know, not undershoot or not overshoot. He will spam corners if he thinks it'll get him more damage. This is an insane statistic.
Yeah, 43% is phenomenal.
Oh, he's
Firebot.
caught him.
Yeah, he's got him. Gotta be a frag here. There it is.
Oh, I feel like a dad at a football game. I'm happy. Firebot's a friend as well. Like, I would usually root for Firebot, but Lupin is in a very special club of who I call my boys. And he's one of my boys. He's one of my best boys.
Well, he's also your fellow countryman too, is he not?
Also that, yeah.
Also,
but it's
yeah.
mainly because he's a TimCon lad.
Oh, absolutely. Gotta support the Tim Connors. And we're seeing him really put that experience to use. I mean, like you said, they might not be the most prestigious events. You guys like to have a good time. I like to watch you guys have a good time. But Lupin is no slouch. He's played really, really smart in control, and he's had control the majority of this game. Firebot's been on the back foot for a good, healthy majority of this game.
Yeah, and it's not that Firebot hasn't got on items. He's just never strung many in a row.
And Lupin is so good about doing damage in between the items as well that even when he's been able to get the items, he's not really building a huge amount of stack, unfortunately. And missing those two pincers and letting Lupin one hit him once there is just kind of a prime example. What a rocket into the slow Weeble play. Well played from Lupin. And off the spawn.
Oh! He's quick with it. He's an absolute beast right now. Our Lupin, looking so good. Friend of the channel, hits the pincer through the bubbles, and what can Firebot do?
He can hit all those rockets, but he still doesn't even frag him. He's
Golden
got
frag, here it
Lupin-
comes.
Golden frag.
Yep, here we are. And Firebot's on -1. He's got to make an 8 frag comeback here, and he takes an 85 damage pincer, and has already taken the yellow armor. Mega health, not for a while. Firebot's really got to disappear off the map here for the next minute or so. And we're hearing him jump around. He wants to make his presence known at this mega health. And Lupin actually elects to play the safe play, leaves him a mega health.
Lupin will do that. He'll play the long con. He doesn't want to risk things. Will we see it?
Hit a 90 damage.
Right,
95!
Here we go. We haven't seen one all day long. We have been teased twice, and it hasn't happened yet. No!
Oh! The hundo is missed! The
Why
damage
does the
from the
hundo
previous...
never hit?
That's just not fair. He's already done 185 points.
Oh, it's so cursed. Why does the hundo never happen?
Too much pressure. But it's Firebot who's under pressure here, and Lupin is just so... He's like an anaconda, man. He's just slowly straightening, like just strangling him out. He's not going for the killing blow like right away, just slowly working his way through until eventually Firebot's gonna have no choice but to make a stand, and he might lose the fight. Nice slow or smoke weeble though. Will force Lupin back, doesn't want to push through, so Firebot does earn himself a yellow. But Lupin is still sitting at almost 400 total stack.
Here he comes with the rocket. Big direct to begin proceedings to a rocket and the slow Weeble though. So strong from Firebot. Lupin though still with such a stack advantage. Firebot on his knees right now. What can he get? Is he going to be around for the red in 4? Lupin's surely going to show up. Here he comes. Mega health. And Firebot just posted up. It's over. 2-0 Lupin.
GG is really nice play from Lupin. Played very, very strongly, very confidently, and very calmly in control. And 45% shaft, 45 rail. We've got 10 megas, 14 reds, and Firebot only 6 and 8. Pretty big discrepancy there, especially in terms of mega health, which I think is one of the biggest items on Skybreak. It's so important. The arbors are free and available, but the mega health is king.
Ooh, there we have it. That's a top 16 finish, I believe, or like a top 12 finish for Lupin. He's going to play danchez now. That is... Oh, that's tough. That's very tough. But he's done so well to get this far, and that is such a huge win for him. We're going to go on a brief break, and then we'll be back with whatever I decide is the most interesting match. And then it'll be it. Hello and welcome back to a top 8 qualifying match. This is losers bracket round 6. It's the TimCon lad, the boy himself, Lupin up against danchez. And for the first time today on stream, Bioplant. Thank fuck for that.
Absolutely, and we've got danchez, the Russian lord himself. What do you think between these two? We were kind of talking about it in the interim, but kind of a clash of styles, in my opinion. danchez a lot aim heavier. Obviously, he picks Bioplant. The man is clearly confident in his mechanical abilities. But with Lupin's kind of slow and calculated playstyle, I'm really curious to see how he handles danchez's just kind of aggression here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and this is what I said Lupin struggles with a bit more. Both, Firebot sort of gave him his space to play how he wants to play, whereas danchez, if he senses that he has a mechanical advantage, he's going to push that for all that it's worth. And danchez has got to be an EU, probably top 6 dueler, maybe even better than that. Like, he's really fucking good. So it's going to be tough for Lupin, but I am rooting for my boy, of course.
Absolutely the hometown favorite, and Lupin goes for an aggressive rocket shaft, but actually pretty good. Got danchez down to next to nothing. There's no items up for either player, though. So Lupin actually, after that 50 health bubble, is at a disadvantage here.
Oh, danchez comes through, hits the pincer and a second, and that's the first frag. In classic danchez fashion, really, just coming through a telly and hitting everything, and he's going to have to do it again, but he can't. Lupin strikes back.
Absolutely, he does. This could be a really back and forth affair if these players are going to keep doing this kind of stuff up spawn. But a phenomenal pincer from danchez has Lupin.
What's happening?
And again, the spawn's coming through, but it doesn't even matter. danchez manages to hit that pincer. Really risky switch, does not care. And now, finally, we can see some control, I think. But it doesn't.
Oh! Welcome to the show, ladies and gents. There are no breaks.
No
We're
breaks,
just
no
gonna
rules.
keep going.
Absolutely, danchez. I thought he was going to have a moment where he can really string some control together, but Lupin, excellent rockets off the spawn. I think Lupin understands that letting danchez have a massive amount of stack is just going to mean he's going to have this careening, tumulting danchez rushing at him constantly, and I don't think he wants to deal with that. So he's trying to do as much damage at any point that he can.
And this is going to be the real test. Lupin with only a blue to collect. danchez 160, 100 hits. The pincer comes in, slow weeble, and ooh, a little bit of indecision on the weapons, but he's going to be all right. danchez hits again and again and again. And yeah, Lupin, a bit of a desperation play here.
Yeah, I think he wanted to just deny the red, but he should absolutely die down here. I don't see danchez letting him live. And he'll rush out, and he will get the mega. He might take some damage, but he will definitely get the mega. And yeah, Lupin, it's almost going almost exactly how I thought it would. Danchez's aggression and his pincer. He's been hitting like every single shot. It's really been punishing Lupin.
And this is the thing, like, versus some players, the ones that Lupin's played previously, where the styles were a little bit more similar, it's more predictable what they're going to do, and it's more predictable the sort of damage output they're going to have. But danchez has that sort of cYpheR, Avec-esque, just more damage than you would have imagined. Just coming out, weird weapon selection. He's chaos, right? And Lupin is very much order.
Very much so. And we're seeing chaos prevail right now, but it is young, and it is kind of a chaos-friendly map, so Perilous could be an entirely different ordeal. But right now, 95 drive-by. And yet, we're one away from the hundo.
Come on. Believe.
If we can count on anyone to hit it, it's going to be danchez. And Lupin just walks into him. Lucky that wasn't a direct. He only took 54.
That hundo, that's all I'm thinking about, I'll be honest.
He wants the hundo. He wants to hear it. He wants to see it.
Oh!
It's cursed. The hundo is cursed today.
It's so cursed. Why? We've seen like 895s and 0 hundos.
It's one of the few misses danchez actually has had so far with that pincer.
Yeah, hitting 69% pincer and he hasn't hit a hundo. Shocking.
Nice. And he drops on the red, and although we've been highlighting Danchez's mechanical ability, it's worth noting he's no slouch when it comes to the actual fundamentals of the game as well. He hits hard, but his item game it's not as if he doesn't know what he's doing. He's not an all-aim player. And we can see here, he's just stringing these shots together. Lupin's trying to work his way onto the Mega Health, but what do you do versus a guy who just hits you before you can even get near it? And again, Danchez, even when he's low on stack here, he has so much more to work with, and Lupin will steal away this red, but it's not really going to matter a whole lot. Danchez is going to have 2 blues he can go back up to. And it kind of works out more in his favor because he can pick up some more pincer ammo as well. So now Lupin going quiet. Oh, drops down, really risky play. Danchez elects to go through the port and abuse his stack advantage, but will leave. He's got 2 seconds to make it to Mega Health here. And he'll just leave it.
I'm not sure if I'm
Lupin.
ever going to recover from the missed hundo.
I mean, the game's not over yet. Plus, we still have another map after this. At least one more map. We can see a hundo still, but maybe not. Danchez starting to miss some shots. Is actually kind of on the back foot here. Lupin should be able to sweep up this red for free, and he has plenty of time to find a position for Mega Health. Although Danchez, well aware of that, sets himself up in a place where he can see any cross into the main room, and hits 3 in a row! And Lupin is just really, even when he's got some semblance of control, he's just really struggling to deal with Danchez's just outright aim ability. And he gets him so low, but again, Danchez cleans up the frag, has a 9 frag lead on one of the, probably one of the harder maps for Lupin.
Multi-frag life economy, Adam. You've made me missay my own phrase. Multi-life economy.
We're at
Lupin's...
90!
Come on. Yeah.
Ooh.
Didn't even get to charge up the
so
pincer.
quick. He's at 90 still. We're only 2 shots away from the hallowed 1 hundo. And unfortunately for Lupin, it seems like he's been getting some items, but every single time he does, he either dies shortly after or he dies on the item itself. He might pick up a frag here, but there it is. He missed the rocket, but he was able to
Danchez really wants us to catch that Pavel game.
Yeah, it really, he's kind of speedrunning this, isn't he? We're 15 seconds away from golden frag, a 10 frag lead already. Which is, I mean, in this game, I think 10 frags is just enormous. It's really hard. Nice pincer from Lupin. I think it's possible for Lupin to come back here, but he's gonna have to play out of Danchez's aggression so much. Because even when he wins a fight like that, Danchez pumps out so much damage into him that even though he picks up the red, that's the only armor he has. He doesn't have like a massive overstack to work with. And when you take 2 pincers off a spawn like that, you don't have any stack. This could be it. Danchez smells the blood. Nice
Lupin
pincer flick
quick
onto
with
the
it.
Mega.
That was beautiful. Gonna be on to blue. Danchez setting up for the red. Surely he's gonna pick it up. He was just in the pit actually, and now waiting for this tele exit is our Lupin.
And Lupin, unfortunately, has been, like you said about Lupin versus Firebot, he had been kind of conditioned for this slow play, and now Lupin is just giving a lot of respect to Danchez. He, Danchez got that red for free, but he had no armor really to defend it. He was just sitting on it. But Lupin is scared of his mechanical ability, and as a result, Danchez has worked himself into a winning position here. Lupin gets the red.
He's scared because Danchez does weird shit, right? And that's scary. Even if it's not always effective, it's just like, I have no idea what he's going to do. It could be anything. It could be a weird lift jump to just fall in my line of sight anyway. Like, that's what you're dealing with. And Lupin, as I say, very much a composed player, a player that likes to be able to predict things. And this push isn't one that he predicted at all. And Danchez doesn't care about your shaft. He doesn't care about your rock. He doesn't care about you.
Does not. 61% pincer for Danchez, or an even 9-9 on the items, while Lupin only got 4 mega healths for the entirety of a bioplant game. That's a huge disadvantage, and almost what is that? Almost 1,000 points of difference in damage done.
Yeah.
And yeah, the confidence of danchez, though, I mean, you can't really fault him. Lupin was kind of playing scared. You know, the weird plays are just so strong when you have such great mechanical ability. It gives you a lot more room to dictate the pace and the flow and kind of how you want to see the game play out.
Well, danchez now on Perilous. It's going to suit Lupin a little bit more, but I still think you've got to favor the young Russian. Just looking so good, hitting so much, and it's going to be hard to take that down.
Yeah, especially with those pincer, and pincer on this map is such a huge weapon because of how far apart the items are. And
Right.
if danchez keeps stringing together shots like he was on Bioplan, it can be a very dicey situation for Lupin.
Looks like we're doing a little bit of server switching. Hopefully we're somewhere that everyone's happy now. Lupin on 94, danchez on 43. Might be about as good as we can get because of Lupin's unique internet issue. I would love this to go to a game 3, but hey, if this is quick, we get to see Pavel. So it's kind of a win-win.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pavel's really he's really been getting back into shape. He kind of dropped off. I don't think he was a big fan of QC. I never saw him compete in that. So it's nice to see a veteran player of Pavel's skill come back into the fold. For anybody in chat who might be a very old school Quake Live fan, we all remember Pavel and his very slow and careful play. Definitely had some bangers of games versus like strngst and cooler back in the day, and the Zotacs and the Faceit Cups.
Yeah, it's funny because Pavel's like the most Russian player. Like if you think about what did it mean to be a Russian player in Quake Live, it was like exactly what Pavel did. Just hoovering up the items, walking around slowly, going silent. He was like the stereotype come to life.
Absolutely, he was definitely not known for his mechanical prowess. He was definitely a very classic ABC Russian style. We do have a little bit of discrepancy with the pings.
Lupin trying to get his server pick, and I don't blame him, but we'll see if it works.
Indeed, and danchez doesn't want to give up the advantage. He says, "Let's do it here."
Yeah, it's within his rights.
2, 1, fight.
They did agree, and danchez gets the mega health shaft spawn, a really safe mega health spawn. So we're gonna see a nice even split. danchez has all the hit scan weapons, which is no bueno. And Lupin already taking a pincer. And he doesn't have one back to hit one back. So this is actually a fairly rough fight for him to be taking here at the red unless he hits some really nice miracle shots. Yeah, he's already broken his armor, and yeah, of course, danchez hits the pincer, takes first frag. Pretty early for a perilous game.
Yeah, and if this is a sign of things to come, it could be a little bit ugly, but let's hope not. Let's hope that Lupin can stay in this and put a better fight up on his map pick than on Bioplan.
Absolutely. Lupin does have a lot more space to work with. We saw him play Firebot here, and he played quite well, quite slow. So I'm expecting a closer affair here, even despite the ping disadvantage. And danchez playing it slow. Yeah, he's got 400. He doesn't even need this mega. That's a 10 health mega pickup.
That's like Bill Gates picking up a £20 note off the floor. Just didn't need it.
I don't need this. And Lupin already, again, so low. He's got some armor to work with, but his health is just so... He's in such a dire place here. And danchez is going to be able to sweep up the major armors. Decent pincer. He's one away, maybe two. And danchez hits the first. There's the second.
With the frag movie special, move the pincer away and then flick back on because it looks cool.
Looks
You love
cool
to
and
see
he's
it.
young enough. He's got the reaction times to do it. And he hits the jump over.
Okay.
90 damage.
Yes!
95!
Okay, one more.
Danchez,
Chat,
you
do
gotta do
you
this.
believe?
We want to see the hundo.
Yeah!
There it is! The hundo has been hit. Our first hundo at very nearly the close of day. Manages to earn himself a frag with it. And now he's got a hundo again. We got two.
Hey! Adam, end the
And
stream.
this-
It's peaked. We're done. Let's get us out.
We've done what we came here to do. Danchez is going to rush over to this red. He might lose out on it, but if he can do some damage, that would be all more important. But Lupin is so low, he gives it up, and Danchez sitting on a 200 stack almost. And this is looking rough for Lupin. Down 5 frags already on one of the hardest maps to make a comeback on. And now Danchez is just in the driver's seat. He sees Lupin, he's probably going to go for him. Lupin steals away the yellow on spawn, but danchez has the high ground and he's just trying to cut him off. Hears him down low. He's going to rocket jump back up top for the mega. Oh, a little bit too quick on that flick.
A little bit. But it's okay. He's still got all the stack in the world, and Lupin... Well, he's sort of scrounging. He's doing a bit of
he's got a fighting stack, but he cannot take the first bit of damage if he picks a fight right now. Otherwise, he will lose.
Yeah, and also he's got a fighting stack if he was mechanically as good as danchez.
True.
But he needs an advantage stack-wise, I think, to take almost any fight.
And there's our third. 3 in a row so far for danchez, keeping that 100 locked in. Such a punishing. Oh! And there it goes. Can't quite make it 4.
Disappointing. Very good. It's all going wrong now for danchez.
Doing some decent damage here. Lupin screaming and the flick right over into a rail. And yeah, at this point we're 6-0. Danchez is low, but I think Lupin, mechanically speaking, is just a little out of his depth versus danchez.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? Because Firebot's also very strong mechanically, but he doesn't use it in the same way that danchez does. And you can see that difference in style has changed everything. And why this is such a different matchup to Lupin Firebot.
Absolutely agreed. The aggression from danchez is really kind of setting Lupin at unease.
And it does have to be said, danchez is a properly top tier player. So no shame in this at all.
No, absolutely, yeah, definitely not demeaning to Lupin at all. Danchez, he made top 8 in September. He's looking like he's about to make top 8 for December. A nice shot from Lupin, actually. He does hit the follow-up pincer, will get himself on the board. 7-2. A bit sloppy on the movement, delays his red pickup, but that's okay. He's got more time to get back over to the mega health now. And this could be an opportunity. He's got a frag, he's got all the guns, he's got a little bit of shaft ammo now. Just needs to get into position, but danchez hits the pincer. It's going to negate him from being able to push for the mega.
And Lupin doesn't feel like he can leave this room right now. He's just locked in for this next red, and the timings don't work out nicely, actually, because danchez VRJs, he could be here very quickly. But I'm guessing that danchez thought that Lupin would be at YA there and not bold enough to stick at red.
Yeah, danchez might have lost his exact timing on red as well, so he might have been trying to go for a cutoff that might have been a little premature. So danchez back in the driver's seat. Both players with decent stack, but danchez obviously with the advantage. Lupin does get 200 armor, but I'm fairly certain danchez is somewhere near the mega, of course. And these rail trades are really risky. Lupin doesn't want to take more than he hits, and he hasn't hit anything yet. Down to 24 health.
Ooh,
And
the
Danchez
plus
is going to
back.
push.
Of course he's going to push. It's Danchez. Just standard. Where's the RJ from him? I would have bet my house on it.
It's a good thing you didn't. You would have been out of the house.
Yeah. Oh.
Nice rocket.
No
One
way.
health.
Oh!
Ah, wasn't able to quite string them together. One shot away from a kill there.
Look at what he did to my boy. My beautiful boy.
He dashed his hopes.
All of them.
He gets the red off spawn, but Danchez is going to be able to fight for this yellow at the very least, if not outright take it. But Lupin dashes in with a shaft. Both players so
No.
low. Lupin actually has a pincer. Unreal.
1 HP, 0 armor. Danchez with the clutch shot. And now blue 25 mega as well. He's back in fighting fit shape.
Yeah, a couple of fights there I think that should have gone to Lupin. And as a result, though, even though Danchez was so low, and he's so low now, we might see a frag here for Lupin. Not quite able to string it together. Danchez gets the yellow and is able to jump back down. He might even be able to set himself up on the red. Lupin dive bombs him, but it doesn't matter. Danchez has too much stack, and Lupin didn't hit the shots. We're on golden frag for Danchez with a 9 frag lead on Perilous.
It's a little unfortunate this is the way that things have gone, but a valiant effort from Lupin and very impressive from Danchez, who will almost certainly be going into tomorrow's top 8. And yeah, he's looking dangerous, even to the likes of cYpheR and dazatorr and Agent and cYpheR. Danchez is scary.
Absolutely, he's a very capable player, and I'm really curious to see on that top 8 tomorrow, you know, Agent, dazatorr, cYpheR. Really curious to see how a danchez or cYpheR game would play out. I know that cYpheR does have a tendency to be irritated with players who might make what some would call not sensible pushes, and I think danchez could really probably get under his skin with that.
Yeah, Danchez is not a sensible man at all. He's just... I mean, no, I think that's slightly unfair of me to say that. You know, usually his pushes do have some merit behind them, but they are a little bit unorthodox. He like plays on the fringe. So he'll go for a 50-50 push when a lot of people think you should only push at 60-40, 70.
Right, absolutely. And those kind of risky pushes are definitely something that can give him both a competitive and mental edge. And now Lupin is just a ghost. He doesn't want to be seen. He doesn't want to be heard.
Just wants to go to bed.
He's sleepy, but he still wants to qualify. But he gets caught out, backstabbed. He's got next to nothing, and there it is. Danchez hits the final pincer and officially qualifies in the top 8 for tomorrow.
Yeah, and a little bit predictable at the end there, but sensational stuff from Danchez. Looked every bit the top 8 player that we expect from him.
Absolutely.
Right, remaining game. I'm refreshing the bracket. We might get lucky here. So Pavel and Cherra, 1 minute 40 started. dazatorr, Scoochie currently ongoing. Hopefully I'm in time for this lobby. I'm just going to check. Okay, I'm in with Pavel. Davis is in with me. Adam, there's your key. We're going to see Pavel Cherra.
Absolutely, and I don't know too much about Cherra's Quake 3, Quake Live history, but I do know him as a Quake Champions grinder. I know that he does have very capable aim. I've seen him have some really close games with the likes of like cYpheR, Stone from QC, a lot of the mid to high tier players from the CIS region in QC. So I'm very curious to see how he's going to handle somebody of the immense experience that Pavel has. I'd probably give the mechanical edge to Cherra. That being said, I haven't seen Pavel play too much lately, so I'm not quite sure if I'm accurate with that. But in terms of experience, I don't think I can give it to anybody other than Pavel. Playing at the highest tier of Quake Live in its heyday, a very stable player, like you said earlier, very, very good at Extinction, playing the life lead, understands the game really, really well. So this should be a banger of a matchup for a qualifier.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh, and it is joy to see Pavel after so long. Of course, we all have a lot of fond memories of seeing him. And this will be our last series of the day. After this, we will be waiting till top 8 starts tomorrow, which will be on the Diabotical Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Diabotical. That will start slightly later than today started. I will get you the exact time now. So day 2 begins at 6 p.m. CET tomorrow. That's 5 p.m. GMT. That is midday for New York and East Coast. So do join us then. Both me and Davis will be commentating, and all of these fine players that you've seen today qualify. That's who's going to be duking it out.
Absolutely. It should be some absolutely phenomenal games. I'm looking forward to seeing an Agent cYpheR, a danchez agent, dazatorr. The last time we casted together, I think for the TimCon monthly.
TimCon monthly 3.
Yes. And dazatorr taking the winner bracket from Agent, I think, was kind of an upset for all of us. Was really enjoyable to watch, though. I think dazatorr is going to be coming a long way over the next year as a player.
Yeah. Is one of those sort of the early rising stars of Diabotical that maybe didn't get a fair shake in previous Arena FPS games. Are looking to make up for that here. And I like that, it is nice to see Pavel and it's nice to see cYpheR, but it's also nice to see these new names as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's always nice to see the people who have been playing for a long time but are just now kind of coming into their own and finding their footing on the highest tier of play. And dazatorr was not a name I was familiar with until Diabotical, but I'm very much a fan of his gameplay.
Thank you to danchez for the raid. Quite a healthy viewer count we've got at the moment. Thank you ever so much for tuning in and watching. We do appreciate it. If you want us to run more tournaments, we're not running one right now, but in the future, you can donate, you can subscribe, or you can check out Patreon. We don't take any of the money for ourselves. It all goes back into tournaments in one way or another. So if you want to see more Diabotical, that's what to do. Just waiting now on cherra to join the lobby. We are with Pavel, so there's no chance we're missing anything, which is good.
Excellent.
Don't know where cherra is, but hopefully he'll be along soon enough.
Indeed. So what do you know about cherra? I don't honestly know a whole lot, so I can't really speak to how, like I said, I've seen him play QC, but I've never seen him play Diabotical, so I don't know, is he hyper-aggressive? Is he more calm? What do you know about him?
I'm trying to think. I probably have seen him play once or twice, but not a whole lot. I don't know. I think he's pretty cool. Hard to do that. You've honestly asked the wrong man. I am very not smart.
Very not smart. Good with the words, not good with the brain, but that's okay. I think you're plenty smart, GMT.
Well, but maybe. It's all an elaborate ruse, I'll be honest, but I think that Pavel, just based on name recognition alone, like there's a reason I know Pavel, right? And there's maybe a reason I don't know cherra quite as well. So I'm expecting a Pavel win here, but we'll have to see. He's not quite at the same strength he was in QL at his peak. So it should be an interesting one if we ever get to watch it.
Indeed. I think Pavel would probably be stronger in this game, but he might be having a bit of a difficult time adjusting to the combat, which is definitely not as similar to Quake Live as maybe one might expect. Especially like the rocket play and stuff. So he might be struggling a little bit with that, but he's come a long way. When he first started coming back, he wasn't top 10 on the leaderboard, and now he's a 2600 ELO plus. So he's definitely been grinding, putting in the work to be better and learn the new strain of Arena FPS that we have here.
All right, here we go. They're in the lobby. This will be the final series of the day, as I said before. And there are a couple of other qualifying matches going on. Let me get the bracket.
And Pavel actually picked Skybreak.
Yeah, that's weird, right?
A little bit. I think we are seeing kind of a meta shift, though. I think Skybreak went from being one of the fastest maps in the pool to kind of being... I've seen Skybreak be played ultra slow. So I think very interesting that players who I wouldn't normally think of as aggressive players are picking Skybreak. Definitely a meta shift there, in my opinion.
Yeah, so we were expecting either a cYpheR or a Perilous from Pavel, right?
Absolutely, I was thinking cYpheR for sure. But cherra takes cYpheR, so Pavel might have himself a really nice pair of maps for the first two. Kind of a Firebot Lupin scenario where Lupin kind of had two good maps.
Yeah, I would agree. So now cherra has to drop. I would imagine if you're picking cYpheR, you're probably going to drop. Actually, yeah, Bioplant or Frontier, like either, really. What's the lesser of the two evils for him, I wonder?
It really depends. Frontier is like, I feel like Frontier is much, I don't know, it plays so unlike the other maps, and yeah, he does end up dropping Frontier, so we've got a Bioplant or...
Yeah, Bioplant Decider. Oh no, Perilous is still in.
Perilous, yep, so it looks like we've got Skybreak, cYpheR, Perilous, which is a map pool I would say definitely favors Pavel.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like the dream for Pavel, actually.
Because, yeah, Pavel in Quake Live was not known for, you know, hitting 75% pincer every single game, you know. Very slow, very ABC, very item-heavy, rocket-heavy gameplay from Pavel back in the Quake Live days. So I definitely think this map pool suits him. Honestly, of all the three maps that were picked, his map pick, I think, is the weakest on paper, but I guess we'll find out. And here we go, we're going live.
This is it for the final series of the day. It's Pavel and it's cherra for a qualification spot for tomorrow's test series playoffs. And it will be the final test series EU tournament. Pavel with a vicious blaster flurry there. Did 80 damage before cherra even knew what hit him.
Yeah, I really like that play from Pavel. He got the blaster spawn, but instead of immediately rushing in to just take Mega, he actually went through the doorway and saw that cherra got the blue armor spawn, so he knew that the red armor was going to be second, and was pretty easy to predict that he was going to try to set up a trap near the shaft. And again, easy prediction. Pavel is quite low, though. Good damage from cherra, but Pavel's keeping him at bay.
Is he going to make this jump? Spamming a little bit more. Takes the movement over to the YA, perhaps baiting something. Not too sure. It's going to be the Mega for cherra, though. Big rocket! He goes sky high. He hits the pincer somehow on the way down. Now shaft versus shaft. Pavel keeps him away and, crucially, gets onto this red armor.
Indeed. Although Pavel didn't end up picking up a frag there, baiting the Mega health like that and then getting all of that damage through the doorway, I mean, he's set himself in a position here. He should be able to pick up a frag probably within the next 30 seconds after the Mega health. Might try to pick a fight at the majors, and as I say that, cherra hits an amazing pair of rockets and a pincer to follow it up. Nice air rocket on the Pavel. Actually flips that around and takes first frag. Really well played.
Yeah,
That was a really nice rocket.
Looking really good. Misses with the pincer there, though, after the rocket that should have set him up. And on the side of the map where there's going to be blue in 2.
He's so far away from it, though. I don't think he can push.
Yeah, and he can't hang around for the red either. A pincer's the best he can hope for. But Mega and YA, I just don't think they're options right now.
No, he's definitely on the back foot. He's up one frag, but he's got so little to work with here.
Ooh. Just feels like he has to fight for every little inch of space right now as Pavel pushes on in 32 HP, all that remains. cherra on the bubbles now, but Pavel, easy push, easy kill. And he will take the second frag of the game. cherra waits for him outside of the telly.
Pavel has such a massive stack advantage that pushing that teleporter I can understand, but cherra actually shot a rocket down to where Pavel was going to dodge down to avoid.
Oh.
Really nice read from cherra. Got a lot of damage. Unfortunately, still goes down, but it's only a 1 frag difference here. As Pavel cleans up this side of the map, he's going to make his way back over to the red. And it doesn't look like cherra's anywhere. Okay, he's up top here. Does get the blue, will back off. And Pavel's got 5 seconds to pick the majors. Nice pincer there from cherra. Takes one in return, though, unfortunately. Kind of negates its importance. And Pavel is playing, I mean, honestly, he's still got all of these Quake Live mentalities. He's not playing hyper-aggressive. He's going for, honestly, a lot of long-range rocket damage here. But it's kind of working out in his favor. He's holding a really nice stranglehold on the items. He's baiting the Mega Health here. He knows both of them are up. But cherra actually just sneaks all the way over to the red. And now, with that positioning there, Pavel should know that he's got the red.
Yeah, this is looking very good for the wily veteran that is Pavel.
Indeed, we see a lot of trap setups from Pavel. He's not really trying to just muscle his way into getting a frag lead. He seems quite happy to play the slower game and just get the frags as they come to him and not force the issue.
Oh,
Ooh, big direct off the Mega Health
what
there.
not even Pavel thought that was going to happen. Oh, and this
62, these are big rockets.
is the most
83.
Quake Live play I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, extremely, extremely.
That was a sinister mega fight we just watched.
Indeed, I would agree with that. And Pavel's, like, his weapon selection, the positions he's taking up, very reminiscent of a very experienced Quake Live player. Diabotical, it seems like most players are kind of a lot more aggressive, but Pavel is playing a very standard ABC.
Well, and we've just had the patch, right? The patch with the increased shaft and pincer knockback. So
Indeed.
Maybe we're going to revert to something a little bit slower over time.
I think that would probably be a good thing for the game, to be honest with you. I would be more than okay with that.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it myself. But Shotgun also got increased knockback, which was actually an idea I fielded. So you're welcome, everybody.
Shout out to GMT.
What a guy.
What a guy. Pavel missing a pretty big pincer there.
Oh!
And cherra, unreal. Cherra should have been able to pick up that frag. Both players wounded and licking their wounds here. Pavel should be able to snag this blue, but both players... Cherra's got the mega, but he's got no armor. And he actually pushes in for this red. He's got no armor! Unreal. An extremely risky push there. I can't believe he actually elected to leave the mega, or the yellow armor.
Pavel's rolled back the years. He's playing in a 2009 Zotac Cup right now. And he's feeling good.
He is feeling good. He's hitting some excellent shots. He's really punished cherra for making any kind of aggression that's not super duper well thought out. And now he gets the mega health. 100 armor, almost 200 health. And trying to bait the shaft here. And oh, he might get it. Yep, cherra lurking above him. Pavel just quite happy to just sit here and look. Oh, cherra does have the slow weeble for this red. Should Pavel push, which he won't. He'll back up to the yellow. But cherra just running with shaft out, just announcing his presence to the entire world.
Yeah, it's sometimes the small details that separate these players.
Absolutely, giving away your position too early. It doesn't really matter, though. Pavel does a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough to negate the effects of picking up that item. And it looks like Pavel doesn't even want to be near this red. He tries to go for a cheeky pincer, but leaves right away.
This is very reserved play. He's got advantages, but he doesn't feel the need to push them.
It seems like Pavel's more interested in not even really doing chip damage. He would rather just wait for cherra to make a mistake and just get a frag then.
Yeah.
Like, there's no need to be hyper aggressive.
I mean, look at it. It's kind of working.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, cherra's picking up items, but Pavel's did a little bit of damage on that Mega Health. Nice smoke weeble to get himself out of that position. And he's managed to go swing himself back over. So while cherra's almost 400 total stack, we're sitting at roughly 260 for Pavel. A little bit of opening damage, and he'd be able to turn this right around. He does have a 3-frag lead also.
I think it's quite interesting. In the last couple of minutes, I think both of them have played almost flawlessly, and it's like they are close enough in stack, they're close enough in number of frags that it doesn't lead to anything, but just neither of them have really made a mistake, and neither has been able to punish that lack of mistake.
Absolutely, and it's not as if they're both going silent on the map. We've seen a lot of skirmishes, just not a whole lot of frags. And cherra, again, it seems like cherra's biggest advantage here is being able to use the shaft. Pavel's been caught out twice, pretty majorly now. Does manage to sneak away. But he's in pretty dire straits. He doesn't really have position on any items. Cherra might give up this Mega. He doesn't know the time.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. That should have been something for cherra right there. He should have stuck around. Pavel's going to be on way as well. He's got a huge stack, and cherra rather still needs to get a little bit of health to make use of his armor.
Oh, the dash in jumps right over the rocket, does a lot of damage to Pavel. That smoke weeble, nice play from Pavel to drop that down as soon as he could. He might have died there otherwise. Only down to 15 armor. But yeah, Pavel is more than content to just play. He already has a frag lead. He doesn't feel pressured at all to make any unwise pushes to further the gap. He'd rather just play for golden frag. He's only got a minute to go. That might change right now, though. And it does. cherra manages to pick it up, and Shaft has been cherra's friend here. Pavel's got decent rockets and pincer, but we haven't seen a whole lot of Shaft play from him. And he actually self-destructs there. We're back up to an 11:30 golden frag time limit.
If anybody in the chat can translate, that'd be much appreciated. We usually have a couple of Russians in the chat that sort us out. cherra pushing forward 3-3.
And this is actually pretty rough for Pavel. He was doing decent keeping cherra at bay here, but now that cherra's managed to even it up and get a really, really nice run of the item control here, Pavel, his lack of mechanical expertise might really bite him in the butt here. As we've seen cherra really, really abuse just having more comfort with the shaft than Pavel. And Pavel's sitting on nothing, no armor. He has the guns, but he's got no agency with which to use them. And now cherra's just on the warpath. He doesn't even want to pick up the red. He's already got 170 armor.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to deny both of the items here. Yeah, Pavel needs a really good initial fight to make this happen for him. cherra's got full item lockdown. The only item I don't think cherra knows the exact timing of is the yellow.
And YA's pretty bad item on this map. Like, the position of it's just not nice.
Right, it's so far away and it takes so long to get out of that little corner of the map, I agree. But he sees him there, so he's going to have a read on when the item is. And again, cherra leaves both the blue and the red armors to his back. So provided he doesn't let Pavel slip through the cracks here, he should be able to frag him here and go get the other items. That being said, Pavel hit some decent rockets to keep him at bay, but he's screaming, he's solo. And there it is, there's the mowdown. And cherra races back over. Oh, Pavel actually elects to go for a pincer off the spawn. Kind of a mistake. Drops down easy frag for cherra. And Pavel will get the mega health, but he has no shaft. He's got maybe a rocket now. Yeah, he's got a rocket and a blaster. That's all he's working with. And this was it! There it is. Pavel jumps into a shaft. Very bad idea. Pavel played it slow. He played it experienced, but I think cherra's comfort in taking certain fights really showed where Pavel's gaps in his game so far are.
Yeah, that was not the map I was expecting to see, but he's done a great job there as cherra, and we now go to his map pit, where he was apparently going to feel way more comfortable.
Apparently so. Skybreak was Pavel's pick, and I think Pavel played it too much like Quake Live in the beginning. He went very defensive very early with a very small lead. on a map that's really easy to chain frags together on. And I think that lack of aggression ended up costing him, obviously, as he lost the map. But here we go. We're going into Casbah. I'm on cherra to start, who gets the pincer spawn. So standard split, cherra gets the slow, the rail, and the rockets, along with the mega health, of course. And we'll see if Pavel's more reserved style can do him some more favors here. Shaft's not as dominant on this map as it is on Skybreak, but it's still a very useful gun. And Pavel, interestingly, uses the smoke, but doesn't really do anything with it. He's still boxed in, and he will lose the red armor as a result. Kind of a common play I've noticed on this map is if you get the rail spawn, your opponent will either play super slow, it doesn't matter. Oh,
spawns?
mutual frag. Pavel gets the shaft.
Yeah, that's worse, isn't it? This is gonna be a worse spawn.
He doesn't really have a whole lot of time to get to red, and cherra can fight for it, but he's gonna lose out. Pavel will get the red, but he doesn't even take any damage. Actually works out pretty well for Pavel. Rocket, shaft, and a rocket and a red armor.
All right. cherra still with a lot of his mega health left over, but pretty much no armor. Both top and lower blue going to be coming up near enough the same time. Lower blue should be Pavel's, although he's going to hang around for the mega. Listening out for cherra, who comes through the corridor. Big rockets from Pavel, but the position on the mega was there for cherra. It doesn't matter. Damage, more than enough. And he is taken down. Pavel 1-0.
Yeah, nice rocket trap there.
Oh.
An excellent direct there. That just cripples cherra. He has to disappear. Does manage to get a blue, but he does not want to be here. And he leaves. And this is a risky push from Pavel. This is right where he just got his last frag. He should know better. 52 and 12. Oh! And he eats a grenade! Oh, my lord.
Oh, no.
A bit greedy from Pavel there to chase down. Once they get down that hallway, it's super duper hard. Even if you have stack advantage, it's so easy to hit big rockets in that hallway. And we saw Pavel pay for it.
And
Excellent direct from Pavel, though. He is making it happen. Well played. Pushes cherra away. And there's no items up. There's no items at all. This is what the players are working with. Pavel having a slight advantage here. And if cherra sits on this mega health for too long, he could very well die. Looking for any health. He's looking the wrong way! He thought he heard him up top, and he heard him down low, and Pavel, completely clean frag, sweeps up the blue as well. He's in the driver's seat now. He can really run this.
Goes quiet. Drops onto his red. cherra. Yeah, he knows it.
Yeah, cherra's just trying to find anything to work with here. He's got so little. He's got no armor at all. Makes it across, but takes a rail for his trouble. And Pavel doing really well here, just controlling these items. Any damage he does is just exponentially better for him now. And he just forces himself on the red and gets it. Despite the fact that cherra hit a direct there, it doesn't matter because Pavel immediately had the red and now the blue. Oh, excellent pincer as he rocket jumps. Compounds that damage. Nicely done from cherra.
Yeah, that's going to help him a lot, but Pavel evens things up a little bit. Now, playing for this next red, and Pavel knows the angle. He's predicted cherra beautifully well, and now coming in the self-termination, Pavel. He doesn't want his own major item, he wants yours, and in the end, he'll take both.
Yeah, I think Pavel's style suits this map a lot better. He actually completely outplayed cherra. Cherra couldn't see that last red as he pushed in for that mega. So cherra's sitting on a mega health while Pavel can both attack it and back up to the red. So again, Pavel with an enormous, just huge stack advantage on cherra. And good plays so far have let him hold a really nice level of control. And cherra's, I'm pretty sure he's got a pincer. He's got all three guns. He's got the Trinity. But he's got very little stack to work with comparatively. Well, this could be a good opportunity for cherra. Oh, drops. He likes to just get the hell out of there.
Don't blame him. Don't blame him.
Yeah,
at
don't
all.
blame him either. Yeah, one bad rocket in that corner, that's a dead man's area.
Pavel clears out all the possible avenues of attack. Picks up his red. You can see it. He would love to be next to cherra right now and give him a big old rocket to the face. Gonna go
Which he
quite
will get to
behind.
do.
Oh.
Pavel's knowledge of the timers and his just overall positioning. I mean, he's kind of running circles on cherra here. He's gotten so many just absolutely clean frags. And cherra off spawn does manage to sweep away the red, but Pavel still has a decent amount of stack to work with. And not to mention a lot more firepower in terms of guns. I don't even think cherra has a rail. Going for these absurd long-range rockets. I'm not sure why you're trading all that damage for nothing. Does back up and go get the blue, but interesting fight, to say the least.
Dropping on the shaft. That's not good. That's bad.
Does do a lot of damage. Pavel has no armor to work with. He could refrag him off the spawn here, and he does get a good spawn. Oh, misses that pincer, gets hit by one.
Oh,
all that
no.
advantage gone.
Oh, cherra, my poor boy.
cherra's kind of got a lot of work to do here. Nice cutoff with the pincer after. He actually left the red up. I thought he took it. That's okay. cherra still has health, and he got that blue. But Pavel actually with a lot more armor to work with.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad for cherra, actually. If he gets into a bad fight here, it will not take much to kill him. But Pavel's actually out of rockets, so he's going for this grenade spam, which is cheeky, but he will have to consider. Oh my lord! Wow, cherra actually rocket jumped to make that attack. Wow.
Did he use the grenade?
I'm not sure. I was on Pavel's POV, so I didn't get to see.
If he used that grenade to do that jump, that is the coolest thing that I didn't get to see all day long.
No doubt. At least you got to see a couple hundos, though.
Oh, 3, I think. We got
3 in a row.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nice work, danchez. Team Fortress TV just went live. Adam is Duel streaming right now.
The man is dedicated.
He is.
And Pavel's been really good. Oh.
What the
Ouch.
fuck?
That's rough.
That's not fair.
I mean, he's still got a lot of stack to work with, but he could have had a lot more. But he pushes in, again, abusing his knowledge of the shaft, and that was well played.
Old man Pavel there looked a little bit... Well, he just got caught, didn't he? Just didn't know what to do.
Pavel's biggest flaw from this set that I've seen so far is he's very difficult at dealing with players who have either equal or greater stack rushing with shaft. That seems to be his biggest issue. And cherra, every single frag cherra got on, well, not every single frag, but damn near every single frag cherra got on Skybreak was very much abusing Pavel's lack of experience of dealing with shaft when he doesn't have one. And again, we see it there, completely clean frag from cherra, just mows him down.
He's doing a great job, and well, this map certainly isn't over. But this series could well be if cherra continues playing like this, pushing with the shaft once again. Pincer hits for Pavel, but it's not quite the compensation that he needed, because Mega is going to cherra.
Absolutely, yeah. He hit the pincer, but he traded all of his armor stack for it at the same time. Pavel still is sitting on 0 armor. You know, 2 decent shots, the man's dead. And cherra doesn't even want to take the red because he knows Pavel's so weak he's not anywhere near it. He's gonna get eyes on it. He'll hear it get picked up, but he's got literally 0 armor. 1 direct, the man will die. Oh, cherra's here.
Oh.
There it is, right as it spawns.
1 direct, yeah, coming right up. Davis has got the opposite of the caster's curse going on. He can actually predict things. A power no caster has ever had before.
No caster before or after, it's mine alone. cherra, risky to push through the smoke, does it anyway.
More than risky, I think it might be fucking stupid. But he's done all right, though. He's done all right. He's okay. He doesn't have his stack lead anymore. He did throw that away for literally no reason, but he's going to be okay on this red.
Yeah, he got a little tunnel vision there, and just he heard him. He's like, I have stack advantage. It doesn't matter what you do. And Pavel sweeps away with a nice fadeaway rocket as well. And again, this is really obvious aggression from cherra. That hallway, I really can't stress enough, is really not an area you want to be aggressive in unless you have way more speed than your opponent traveling down it. It's very easy to line up defensive shots. And that grenade whizzing by cherra.
Just tempting him with the little tickler shaft gun. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, just fall, you know you want to. And Pavel working with next to nothing, hitting some excellent defensive rockets, though.
And excellent grenades as well. It's quite amazing, really, but cherra's back with a big stack, only 2 frags away, but 15 seconds till golden frag, and that's when things get scary, no matter how big your stack advantage.
Absolutely, yeah, we're 8 seconds away. Only 2 frags, nice pincer. Pavel's really had almost no armor to work with for, I don't know, the last minute and a half, 2 minutes.
I think maybe
still hasn't
longer.
given up a frag. Yeah, absolutely. He's playing really well out of control here. And now he just needs the one. The one and done, but still, he's quite petrified of cherra, as he should be with only 70 armor, 69 armor.
And even the blues card, cherra keeps his direct.
Yeah, cherra's about to eat all 3 of the other items, so he's got to have a pretty good idea that Pavel's has some stack, but not nearly enough. He just needs one clean fight, and he can really flip this around. Oh, but Pavel actually works himself onto the red silently. Good slow weeble. cherra doesn't take a whole lot of damage from it, but it effectively let Pavel get a much bigger stack. And now he's sitting on the mega health. And Pavel being Pavel, I'm sure he knows the time. And he swipes it away.
Okay.
Pavel
on
might
the
pick
high
a
ground.
fight here. Oh, he drops!
cherra solo!
cherra!
And he kills himself!
He kills
I'm pretty
himself.
sure.
I'm fairly certain he did as well. 6-4 final. And Pavel actually with over 1,000 points more of damage. 10 mega healths to 12. And cherra had 10 megas and 13 RA. So really even item control split. Very close game.
Well, it is time for Perilous. And cherra, 1-0 up after Skybreak. Almost did it in 2 on Casbah, but it looks like it's going to have to be a third map, and I don't know. I mean, Perilous is more similar to Casbah, so I think maybe we should be favoring Pavel here, but too close to call, honestly.
I agree. Pavel's been pretty queasy in his shaft fights, and this map does have some areas where shaft is just the dominant weapon, and Pavel actually gets the lesser of the 2 spawns, I think, for Pavel's kind of playstyle. Saw the door open, though, and wisely elected to just ditch the mega health. Good play. And now he's got all the guns, and he's got quite a bit of stack as well, and that first pincer really opening things up for him. Pavel trying to abuse the armor stack that he has. cherra has 0 armor, but Pavel with the low ground doesn't want to push it. Worth not pushing. Excellent read. Catches him on the rocket jump. And again, I was saying Pavel was squeezy about the shaft fights, but he's the one who's kind of doing the most damage with it right out the gate. So the man is adjusting, I'm hoping, reading his opponent, and in a pretty definitive advantage right now. This could be blood. This is first frag. Ooh. If he lets him get out of here. Really nice slow play. Come on, Pavel. There we go.
There we go. He got there in the end. Took him a little while.
Took him a little while. He does give up the red off spawn, but he has 170 armor. It's not really the biggest loss in the world for him. He does hear cherra make his way up top. And this could be bad for Pavel because he's got the low ground. And cherra does have some decent weapons.
Yeah, and manages to get on that mega. The damage here from Pavel, though, so huge, and the rockets are just good enough. Now off the spawn, it is cherra at the red once again, but the timing not quite so fortuitous for him.
Indeed, he will get some guns, but he's going to have absolutely no stack. Pavel's going to be able to back up to the yellow as well. And I'm kind of seeing a little bit of unpracticedness. I don't even know if that's a word. From cherra. He's giving up frags way easier than he did on the first or second map here. He seems a little out of water here.
A little bit.
And Pavel is doing excellent here. And this should be another frag. And I feel kind of dumb because I was saying that LG would be cherra's best friend, but it doesn't even matter. Pavel had every right to win that fight, but cherra turns it around. Poor execution from Pavel. And cherra's on the board, and he's in a place, good spot here. He's in a place where he can really turn this around. He will have to concede this mega health. He will wait for the red. If Pavel pushes for the red, if he takes first hit, if he takes a lot of initial damage, it's going to be real bad for him. But I don't even think he's going to push. He'll go get yellow. Which he does, and he makes his way back over to the blue. The blue is all he needs. He'll have 150 armor and almost 200 health. If I were Pavel, I'd just go sit on red.
Yeah, it seems like the safe bet. cherra is inching his way into the room, thinking about the drop. Looking.
He's up top, yeah. Pavel should have heard that footstep. Nice little softening pincer. cherra's still here, though. Good rockets! And he drops on the mega health. He might still die here, though. cherra not able to close it out, though. Unfortunate. And Pavel will be able to dash back over for the red.
Yeah, here he is.
cherra. Wow, okay. Not what I would have expected cherra to do. I expected him to play a little bit slower and try to work himself into a better stack. Pavel kind of having a misread here, thinking maybe the yellow still would have been up or is up soon. But he should have understood that cherra swapped in positioning. Doesn't matter as he picks it up.
Pavel on the mega. RJ up. Straight to red and trying to punish cherra for showing up. But so far, not too bad for cherra, who gets it kind of close. And yeah, Pavel walks away.
Really, really happy to see Pavel Shaft take forefront in a lot of these fights. It looked shaky for him first and second map, but he's been using it to much greater aplomb this time around. As we see him take actually quite a few Shaft fights.
Yeah,
nice
quite a few.
positioning. No, what a flick! Excellent shot from Pavel.
And we
And
love
now
to
we're-
see that.
Absolutely love to see it. He had really good positioning. He took one bad rocket as he took that red armor, but he kept moving further and further away to the left, which was cutting off cherra's access to jump over and dodge the rocket simultaneously. Really nice play from Pavel. He's 3 frag lead, sitting on the items. cherra playing really silently and going for some cheeky plays here. Pavel doesn't even care. You can have the yellow. He'll take the mega. It's much more important. And he'll take the blue as well. So if they fight here at the red, cherra's in a pretty bad spot stack-wise. Well, yeah, they're fairly even. I thought cherra had less armor. But it doesn't matter because Pavel's got the red. And cherra doesn't even want to be near it. And Pavel doing well here to delay the items. Make sure he can keep timings and position on both mega and red. Kind of fortunate he didn't take that direct, to be completely honest with you. That was a good read from cherra. Poor execution, good read.
It's all you can ask of yourself, though. You just got to give yourself the opportunities, and sometimes your hands don't obey, and they do their own
Absolutely,
thing.
yeah.
What can you do?
Oh, phenomenal
Right.
rockets from Pavel. Forces
but
him off. This is risky, yeah.
Why didn't you just pick up the red, David? Instead, we've done this. We've had the messiest fight of all time, and Pavel could be about to lose it. He's not pincerable now. cherra isn't either, I don't think, with the pickup of that YA. And Pavel's probably a little bit scared to get on this mega. And in fact, he's going to go to the red, but he's going to meet cherra there.
He could have rocket jumped back. I agree with this play, though. It's the safer play. Just take red, concede the mega. That fight at red was incredibly sloppy. Oh, good shaft use from cherra here. But Pavel managing to string together that pincer holds him at bay. Well played. And yeah, I don't know. This is a very. It's still a 3-frag lead for Pavel, but on Skybreak we saw the same thing. He started out with an early lead and played too passive too early. I don't think he's playing as passive here, but we are seeing him kind of struggle to find his way to get another definitive frag on cherra. And Pavel just walks through the hallway, collects his thoughts, has the hammer out, trying to figure out his next plan.
Yeah, playing it pretty conscientiously, and time is certainly in his favor as we near the golden frag. We're 3 minutes and 10 seconds away, should nothing else happen. And Pavel can chill. He doesn't need to try and fight the 200 monster just yet.
No, indeed he doesn't. I think he realized he was giving away full control when he was down there at the health. Oh, what an excellent pair of rockets, though. 160 damage right out the gate.
And
Will
now...
cherra push this?
Yeah. It's a... Oh, no, he's dropped!
Pavel!
He's dropped!
No, Pavel!
Win? Oh my god, what?
Drops into the shaft, but actually outshafts cherra. Hits a nice pincer off spawn, too. Despite the fact that he's low. Just freed! Excellent rocket, cherra, not expecting it.
Dear lord.
And Pavel's in the driving seat now. He's up 4 or 5 frags now. He's gonna get position. Even if he drops on this mega health, he will not die here.
It doesn't matter, apparently. Just keep dropping on shaft. It works, Davis.
It works! And now Pavel out the spawn, trying to run to the red, but cherra does get the red spawn. 6 frag lead. And some of the closest fights you should not win, but end up winning I've seen in a while.
Oh, this is outright silly, what's happened here.
Really surprised cherra wasn't able to pull off that frag at the red. He drops into the shaft. Didn't expect cherra to stick around. Cherra had the read. Just, again, it's the execution. And Pavel down to 1 rocket here. This is risky. Golden frag now for Pavel. He's in the driver's seat. He's got this.
Yeah, it's all about holding on. It's about composure now for Pavel. You just need 1 more frag, and you are through to Championship Sunday.
Absolutely. And Pavel, unaware of the mega time, he's been repeatedly checking it. There it is. Now he's got timing. He'll know that the red is first. Doesn't look like he wants to push it. Not really any feasible angles to do damage on red without kind of committing to a fight, and Pavel, I don't think, feels comfortable doing that quite yet. Oh, this is risky. Again, gives cherra a lot of free shaft damage, but does manage to escape. Oh, cherra drops! Oh, big miss from Pavel! Cherra manages to get back up on the board.
And his dream lives on 2-7. Mega as well. Cherra now all the way towards the red. Pavel is on it. Here's the rocket. Delayed the pickup just by a second. And this could go either way as cherra does great damage. But the direct is there from downtown. Pavel goes to Championship Sunday.
Little touch and go there, but the rockets at that red armor fight at the very end, really nicely played from Pavel, hitting some good mid to long range rockets to secure that W. Once he had him pinned in at the shaft ammo, I expected him to win it, but cherra still hit some excellent damage. He could have turned that fight around. But well played to Pavel. He's back in on the Championship Sunday, as you said.
Yeah, and he will be joining us tomorrow, twitch.tv/Diabotical, starting at 5 p.m. GMT, 6 p.m. CET, and midday East Coast time. We are now going to raid just NVC after we say our thank yous. So, bit of a list. Big thank you, of course, to our producer Adam, as always, the absolute best. Davis for casting with me. It's been a pleasure. All of the players for putting the effort in, of course, everyone for watching. Any final words?
Thank you for having me on the cast. I look forward to casting tomorrow. Big shout out to the players for being excellent players and giving us a hell of a show. I know tomorrow's gonna just have some absolute banger of games. And shout out to Diabotical, Too Good, and the Good Studio for running the tournaments. Greatly appreciate them. It's really nice to see the scene get a lot of good competitive stimulation. So shout out to everybody who's into Diabotical, whether it's playing, watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
We certainly will. Go say hello to NVC for us, and thanks again. Bye-bye.